new, never-before-seen manga is available now for free on my new website, mangaletter.com. This includes unreleased Ultra Vegito episodes, VE episodes, GR episodes, and an unbelievable amount more. Simply click the link in the description or pinned comment, enter your name and email using an active email, and boom, more manga will be in your inbox. Make sure to check your spam, junk, or other folder if you don't see it, and remember, this will never be released outside of Manga Letter. So sign up now, no excuses, it's free. There's over 132,000 members and counting. Enjoy. So our story continues with true demon Vegito looking on angrily at Goku, his eyes blood red after declaring he will no longer hold back, and pink goo slathering out of his shoulder, reformulating his arm after Goku had blasted off last chapter. While Goku, with a pleased with himself smirk, though standing damaged and worse for wear himself after being caught in his own explosion, Seraphim Goku would notice. Red eyes? That's new, Vegito. For a minute, I thought you unlocked something like mine, but they aren't the same. What's the deal? To which the God Killer, now gripping his fist tight, would stare into it and reflect. Who knows, Kakarot? Every day my power grows, and so too does my descent into this darkness. All I know is that once I'm in this state, my power is truly free. A level above my true demon state. A state that probably inches me closer to that damn Lucid within. As behind him, an image of the great demon once saw in his mind is flashed back to. Before quickly snapping out of the reminiscing to point fiercely at Goku, angrily saying, "But that's precisely why you're supposed to stop that! This whole mission we're on could be for nothing if I'm taken over. You've heard it already. If what they say is true, the minute I let this demon take over, Zeno and the priest may be defeated, but we will no longer be who we were. And that means Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten and the rest of them will never come back. And by the looks of it, so far, you have not lived up to the hype. You are still far below me in this form." Before staring deeply with his demonic red eyes, as he would add, "Isn't that right, Son Goku?" To which, just staring equally coldly back, Goku would just respond, "We'll see about that, Vegito. I haven't even begun to show you what I can do." "Then get on with it and show me, clown!" As instantly, the two supremely powered Saiyans would then rush straight at each other, one with intense rage and the other in a truly calm and serene state. But once the two meet, slamming a palm onto each other's shoulder, the difference in mannerisms would completely change, as their Saiyan instincts would take over. As Vegito would say, "Come on, using my moves now, be original!" While Goku grimacing replies, "Be original? You're the one using my moves! I am you, Vegito!" As quickly as the intense standoff reaches a climax, the two would be sent spinning, detaching one another from each other. as quickly the two undeterred would then land on the ground with thuds, continuing their deadlock stare, however. But it would be the God Killer who is first to fully recover, shooting forward at Goku instantly. As Vegito would launch foot first right at the still downed Kakarot. But Goku, in this new divine state, would just narrowly be able to avoid. I told you, Vegito! As with his teeth gritted, Goku in counter would pull his flexed up arm backhand. I haven't shown you anything yet! As with a humongous slam, Goku's fist would smash straight onto the cheek of the off-balance God Killer, concaving his face inwards instantly. And as Vegito's body would sway backwards in front of Goku, at first it would seem as though he would be shocked at being overpowered and countered so quickly. But that would be until Vegito, with a smug giggle, would look down despite his bruised cheek and say with pride, "Finally! You've started to show me why you used to be the main character, Goku!" This comment, however, causing Goku to grumble with a stoic look as he responds, "This isn't a game, Vegito! I'll beat that evil out of you!" As with conviction to surpass any kind of demonic powers that Vegeta would need to rely on in the final battle, Goku, now with anger of his own, would rush to attack Vegeta once more with his fist. But the God Killer would vanish straight through the punch. I bet that demon is laughing right now, Kakarot! Reappearing right behind him before... Try harder! Launching a football field-like kick that lands straight onto the backside of the Saiyan from Earth, sending him far into the endless distance of the Pyramid of Power. Seems the longer I stay in this form, the more I'm drip-fed power. I'm getting stronger as we speak. As quickly, reaching up to Goku in super speed, from his backside again, the God Killer would slam his elbow deep into the spine of Kakarot, causing the Saiyan to scream out in agony. His consciousness even being lost temporarily, as his bright blue pupils disappear for a moment and blood shoots out from his open mouth, sending him careering down for a violent crash down below on the plain ground. But as Goku would reach his demise on the floor, it wouldn't stop the God Killer from laughing above, already powering up a follow-up as creating a mysteriously familiar ball of energy at the tip of his finger, he would yell, "You've gotten too used to Frieza's fighting style to remember mine, haven't you? Fine, maybe this will jog your memory. Ultra Death Ball!" As launching his hand downward, Vegito would throw his own version of Frieza's signature attack. And own version it would definitely be, as while it flies down with insane power, it would seemingly take on a life of its own, garnering its own demonic face and two horns as it rushes to annihilate Son Goku, who kneels before it on the floor. What is that? Leaving even Seraphim Goku perplexed, with one eye open, as he is shocked by the sheer power reaching towards him. Alas though, the shock would mean nothing, as in a ferocious detonation, Vegito's Ultra Death Ball would explode on impact to a far-reaching, high-rising, impressively fiery explosion. And in the aftermath, the impact would be so great, even the mysterious white ground of the chamber would be left with a gigantic crater. In its center, a smoking, charred figure. But up above, unimpressed even after having dispatched of Goku, Vegito, looking down with his arms folded, would comment, "Pathetic, Kakarot! For all that talk of having more to show, all I see is more weakness! Is this truly all you can do? Seems training from those weak angels could only take you so far." But as the God Killer would insult from above, a truly exhausted and perhaps even beaten back down to base Goku would huff and puff in the pain, tiring from surviving the last attack. Damn it! But as he shows his frustration finally at Vegito's words and his own inferiority, Goku's eyes would reopen again to show his Seraphim form, with his arm penetrating the ground itself, smashing down, creating a rippling of destruction all around. But shockingly, as he would do so, something strange would begin to happen to Goku, as his hair would suddenly rise into the air and flash a bright cyan blue to match his eyes. The moment would be so brief though, it would almost seem like it was an illusion, as his hair in the next second would return back to black and his base look. But all the while, Goku would continue to grit his teeth and growl as his power would continue to forcefully grow, with him itching to push every little inch of strength out of himself to keep up with Vegito. But it would seem even in that brief moment, the sudden change in appearance would not go unnoticed by the God Killer, who looking on with a curious eye would think, "Now what was that I just saw? That wasn't normal. Clearly, there's still a level for me to push this kid to." That's it, Vegito! As seemingly done with his power-up now, Goku would stare at the God Killer with frustration building, yelling, "I'll prove to you, we can do this another way!" Blasting off from the spot, pinpointed at Vegito in the sky. And immediately, things would take another turn for the equal, as instantly the two would collide forearms, reaching a standstill. Kakarot! Vegito! And shouting out each other's names as their colored eyes lock onto one another, a truly blinding light of energy that be seen from their collision, as their ridiculous powers rise to untold levels. And with time moving so fast in the pyramid of power, it wouldn't be long before an entire 5 years of battle would pass, with a lone standing weakened and beaten Goku left on the battlefield with his back turned to us, unknown whether still in his Seraphim state or now finally finished. But once we get a closer look, the truth is more clear, as a truly drained of all his energy Goku would be seen barely able to keep his eyes open. Now back to black, and for sure, back in base, as he can no longer even say a word before falling suddenly straight forward, as if having nothing left in his legs anymore to even keep him standing. And laying there, face first, Goku would seemingly now appear completely beaten and done for. What progress he's made in the last 5 years, however, is still yet to be determined, nor where even his opponent is. But eventually, a short distance away, a all too familiar pair of feet, complete with a Frieza-like tail, would begin to land on the ground. And showing himself grumbling and damaged himself, true demon Vegito would appear, still in his full form with blood-red eyes, but holding onto his shoulder with a scowl as he says, "My God, Kakarot, what a battle you put on! That seraphim form of yours is just beyond the training of mere angels. Whether I've let loose most of my fusions or not, you pushed me to almost my very limits. That is not something to scoff at." Before quickly, then turning his back and beginning to crack his neck with his hand nonchalantly. He would just look behind at Goku's body and then add, "But in the end, Son Goku, it seems just like all gods, angel or not, you fall short of ever dreaming of defeating me. Whatever this demon's power is, it is the only thing, it seems, that will allow me to get my revenge. I guess there truly is no choice in the end, and I will deal with the consequences alone when they come." Wait a second! But just as Vegito would begin to disregard Goku, something odd would be sensed by the God Killer from behind. What on earth? This feeling, is that? As when Vegito would turn his head around, a bright light would begin to illuminate absolutely everything around him, as his mouth would slowly simultaneously open in shock before... Oh! What is going on? As unbelievably, with an opening from the heavens themselves, a portal of light would open within the Pyramid of Power and shine down a truly divine light of energy onto the battlefield. Its target not at first clear before... Kakarot! Soon concaving its appearance to now a powerful cylinder of light on the ground, all surrounding one central figure in particular, as waves of smoke and debris blow out in all directions in circular bellows. And in a shocking sight, once we look deeper into the light, as if being summoned and revived by the gods above, Goku's lifeless unconscious body is seen dragged upwards into the sky. Could the angels be calling on one of their own to otherworld? It would seem almost like that. As one zoomed in on Goku's face, his eyes would remain closed, his body not moving at all as it reaches higher and higher into the sky. Until in a blink of an eye, Goku's body, as if moving on its own instinct, would flip back into an upright position. And with his next move, would then open his eyes quickly to reveal his seraphim eyes activated once more. But curiously, his black hair would now be standing up until... With a vicious roar, unlike any heard from Goku before, Goku's hair would turn a bright cyan blue to match his eyes, as unbelievably, a white angel wing bursts forth from his right shoulder, as our hero finally ascends to a level above just Seraphim. Now, most likely, even past Z. Unknowingly, in the huge expanse of the pyramid, another Saiyan warrior would be roaring also, and undergoing a series-altering transformation of his own. As astonishingly, Vegeta too would transform, but in his own unique way, as a dark purple scar runs down one side of his face, similar to Vegito's, but out of his left shoulder, a dark demon wing would emerge to match Goku's, and it would seem the prince's transformation would just be beginning. Vegeta! And standing to witness all of this would be Broly himself, in his own final legendary angel form, blue eyes similar to Goku's, but with a look of true confusion as he wonders, how does he keep doing this? Over and over, he finds a way to keep pushing himself further. What drives him like this? Before looking down with a look of fear and concern as he realizes, but that's the least of my worries. Whatever this new form is, it's getting closer and closer to him. Lucif's power is finding a way through Vegeta just as easily as it did for Vegito. No, maybe it was Vegeta all along. As in a demonic scream to the depths of hell, Vegeta continues his complete change, just as promised. And as his almost rocket-like aura begins to surround his entire body, shooting upwards, a number of strange, Hakaishin-like symbols in purple begin to appear on his torso. Until finally, standing now fully transformed, would be true Destruction Demon Vegeta. Now with 2 scars running down his face, 5 symbols across his chest, 1 black wing, and a slathering of dark, demonic energy that covers his entire body, there would be one more key change, not visible from this distance. Broly! As finally, when we get a deeper look into Vegeta's deep, almost purple-pink eyes, there now appears to be their very own symbols, just like Seraphim Goku had in his. It seems finally, after all these years, Vegeta has managed to close the gap once again, just as he said he would, and through both the power of Hakai and Lucif. What? What did he just do? Isn't that destruction energy I'm sensing? Those symbols! As Broly, in deep shock and paralysis from what just Vegeta's all-new presence would feel like, would begin to recognize the combination of powers Vegeta had now tapped into. Broly! Calm down! Huh? But it would not be long before a familiar angel in the form of Miras would talk to Broly from within, showing to us all that when Broly came out of Vegito, it was indeed with all his fused powers intact. As Miras would explain, "Do not fear, my student. All that power is not just from the great demon. Vegeta is mixing in his destroyer training. You may have been defeated, but you are still the chosen god of destruction of Universe 7. Tap deep within and unleash your own Hakaishin powers, Broly! Do it! And on command of his former master, Broly would immediately change his mannerism, gritting his teeth wildly like an Uzaru as his power begins to rise. And out of nowhere, showcasing his truly impressive potential and freak-like growth, Broly's eyes would suddenly go blank, but completely continues to grow stronger, so will I! Push me even further, because I'm far from done yet! And immediately, just like that in a split scene, both newly transformed and as the two battles begin, Seraphim Goku would launch his first punch, only to be dodged by a smirking Vegito who'd comment mid-air, "Nice one! I suppose that was a little bit faster, but how about your reflexes?" Testing Goku himself this time, in response, slashing a fist across the face of Goku that just misses his chin by the slimmest of margins. And so too, the same would then be seen when Goku retaliates with a kick, with the two, for the first time, now appearing to have completely caught up with each other. I can see all your movements now, Vegito! and I still have more to show you! As Goku, in his ascended form, would continue to ready his next attack. And so with a barrage of attacks, True Demon Vegito and Seraphim Goku would trade attacks non-stop. And though Vegito would be grimacing and being pushed back, the same expression would be reflected on Goku too. Enough hand-to-hand! How do you deal with something not so telegraphed? As Vegito would finally then bring out his Godslayer blade, previously used only to slaughter the divine before launching it like a spear with killing intent straight at Goku. As Goku, once again, with even more speed, dodges straight out of its deadly path. And with a slight sigh, and keeping his arms up to defend himself, Goku would comment, "You went straight for my neck with that one, Vegito. You know I can't just regenerate like you, right? I die for real out here. I have no idea what will happen to you." To which a Vegito, who still covers his face with his blade, would then ominously just reply, "Oh, I know. But the truth is, if you die to me, even after all the people and energy I've let out so far, then you never deserved to be part of my greatness anyway. So good luck. You're going to need it to survive, Son Goku." And while Goku and Vegito would have their battle, in the same vein, Vegeta and Broly would be having an equal spar of their own, but in a far more violent way, with the two powerhouses each landing a fist on each other's bodies. With each's second follow-up then resulting in a gigantic clash of fists that could be heard from miles away. But regardless, Vegeta would not lose any cool, still pleased that Broly can even somewhat keep up before with a power-driven front kick, like kicking down a door, the Prince would launch his foot directly onto the chin of Broly, snapping his skull all the way back. Stay down! But Broly, being the giant tank and brute he is, would instantly just retaliate back, slamming a fist straight onto the cheek of Vegeta. But before the Demon Prince would even hit the ground, he would quickly vanish. What? Reappearing behind to chokehold the legendary Saiyan, with Vegeta's final dastardly words being, "That progress of yours is monstrous, Broly, but I'm afraid nothing you will ever do will bring you closer to a Saiyan elite like me. Hold still while I take you for a little trip." And so just like that, years would pass once more, as all four of the legendary warriors continue their battles in search of even greater power, each increasing exponentially, surviving on pure Saiyan battle lust alone, all the while ultimately benefiting the God Killer for one final almighty combination of power. But as time would be flying in the chamber, eventually, so too would it be outside, as we would eventually be treated to an image of an impatient Jiren and Hit waiting, both with red seraphim eyes, seemingly both having now been beaten and taken over by the blood demon Makoto. With an unenthused Jiren saying, I think we've waited long enough for the God Killer. We were generous giving him time to get stronger. But if he's just going to hide in there forever, then it may be time to give him a rude awakening. To which the possessed Hit would just robotically add, I agree. Let's get this rat out the old-fashioned way. As the two would then begin walking slowly towards the entrance of the Pyramid of Power before shockingly raising both their arms up as two dark balls of concentrated energies then form, both aimed directly at the pyramid, ready to do only one thing. That is, until a loud creak is heard, and the door of the pyramid, finally after all this time, begins to open. And out of the shadows, a dark smirking silhouette would appear. Could it be Vegito? Or could it be someone entirely else? Either way, it seems the God Killer's training has finally ended. So our story would begin with Jiren and Hit standing with their hands outreached in front, each with a powerful concentrated black ball of energy in their palms, as at one point they were ready to blow up the Pyramid of Power Vegeta was located in. But now, both would be left with confused looks. Someone's coming out. As a suspicious possessed Hit would then slowly evaporate his own energy ball as he wonders, what curious timing. Could that God Killer have already known of our presence this entire time? Wouldn't surprise me. And just as Hit had noticed, someone does indeed appear to begin walking out, as a potentially familiar pair of feet then begin to step forward from the darkness. Sorry to keep you waiting. But shockingly, who would walk out would be far from the God Killer, but instead what seems like an entirely new figure, but with an undeniable evil presence of one certain former Emperor of the Universe, Lord Frieza, who seemingly, having unlocked an all-new form and level of power under his mysterious years of training of Zamasu, would emerge now in his true black demon Frieza form. No longer massive in size, back to his earlier final form height now. What? Leaving Makoto within Hit to just look on with pure confusion, never having seen such a creature before, as he asks, You aren't the God Killer? Who in all hell are you? Foul-looking creature, you seem a demon yourself. Oh? As Frieza, with a curious but devious look, would place his finger under his chin and inquire, So, even you recognize my demonic presence? Good, as expected when I'm the heir of the great demon, Lucifer. But for you to dare not know who I am by name, I'm afraid that will be your biggest mistake. You two worms should do well to remember me, especially you, Jiren the Great. Surprising the possessed Jiren, as Makoto would think. Did this creature just refer to himself as the heir of Lucifer? What nonsense does he speak? How would this mortal even know of the great demon to begin with? He seems to be familiar with this oath I am within also. But how? What? But suddenly, as Makoto would begin to wonder, a sharp pain would strike Jiren from within his mind, as memories of the past begin to forcefully come through with the words of Frieza. As vividly, Jiren within begins to remember viciously beating down Frieza in the Tournament of Power, as he would grumble, Frieza, I know you? Before, with a sudden change in countenance, Makoto would regain back control, with the blood demon within then letting out, my hold on this giant freak is loosening. His own self is beginning to resurface by force. Seems splitting myself between two of these mortals has more drawbacks than I initially thought. Before then, quickly, Jiren would pull his arm back wildly with his teeth gritted and suddenly increases his power level, grumbling as he does so, this little reunion can be of no help either. I'll end this now for good measure! Yeah! Instantly then launching towards the Pyramid of Power, straight at Frieza, ready to send him to the next dimension. My, this feels like deja vu, as the cockily smiling demon Frieza would not flinch an inch, just waiting for Jiren's arrival, as if he were not a superpowered member of the 5 strongest. But ultimately, the most unbelievable turn of events would unfold when Jiren would eventually land his first punch, as simply, with just the tip of his finger alone, true Black Demon Frieza would stop the full force entirely, showcasing there truly was a gigantic step in progress and power that he made within the last 20 years inside the pyramid. With the Frost Demon commenting, what was that, Jiren? Are you play fighting? Skip the warm-up. I've had more than enough of that, trust me. What? But of course, just the mere sight of him being treated and stopped in such a manner sends Jiren's head into a tailspin of disbelief, as he yells, What magic is this? Some kind of force field? That was a full strength punch! This body, is it beginning to fail me already? This cannot be. And being linked by the same demon, so too would Hit have the same look of shock, as with wider eyes than we've ever seen from the assassin in the series, Hit would mumble, these bodies are fresh. There has been no change in our power levels. I can feel it. Just who or what is this creature? And as Hit would stand mesmerized and perplexed at the situation, the shocking feats would continue with Jiren throwing out a truly deranged barrage of attacks in succession, but with each attack just being stopped and blocked in the exact same way, all by simply Frieza's left arm's finger, without ever moving from his spot at all. How the tables have turned! And with a big grin, relishing in just how overpowered he has now become, Frieza would not be able to help but laugh, taunting Jiren, if only it had been like this all those years ago. My, I would have loved to have had my revenge right there and then. but watching from afar and far from impressed would be Hit, silently waiting as if planning another assassination, as when we look closer at his serious face, he would be thinking, I don't know who that is, but the big one can't handle this alone. It may be time to test this time ring and see just how this assassin's techniques work. And just like that, Hit would then make his move, jumping forward before menacingly yelling, Time Freeze! As the dimension itself around him shatters into hundreds of pieces in typical time skip fashion. And ultimately, just as this technique is used, true Black Demon Frieza would find himself frozen still, along with Jiren, as if someone had taken a snapshot. And Frieza, noticing this, unable to even move his facial expression it seems, would look around wondering, now what is this? My body frozen? How ironic. Even the freezing temperatures of planet Frost could never stop my frost demon kind. So this must be based on their puny powers. And as Hit would catch up with Jiren, the two would look on at each other, knowing exactly what the next move would be as Jiren is released from the time freeze alone. Before in perfect synchronization, the duo would then rush violently at the vulnerable Frieza, aiming to take advantage of the situation while they can. You fools! But it wouldn't take long for this so-called advantage to be revealed to perhaps be nothing of the sort, as Frieza's facial muscles instantly relax and begin moving freely, giving the demon a cocky smile as they move in. I told you! Not knowing Lord Frieza would be your downfall! As immediately, moving at hyper speed, breaking through even the time freeze that froze Makoto before him, true Black Demon Frieza would rush forward in a blur before... With intense power, speed, strength, and impact, Frieza would slam both Hit and Jiren mid-flight right in their stomachs, winding them both instantly as their eyes burst open and blood splatters from their mouth from the internal rupture alone. And as expected, the result would be Hit and Jiren's bodies being sent like rockets from Frieza, crash landing into two adjacent mountains for devastating impacts that leave debris everywhere, leaving Frieza to just land in the distance with a small thud, before standing tall in a typical Frieza pose with his hands regally behind his back. He would then let out, My, I knew the fruits of my training would be vast, but this is just embarrassing for you two. From those eyes, I can tell you're not yourselves, but do not tell me you are the so-called fourth of the 5 strongest those monkeys inside were warning me of? Surely not. But in response to these insults, Makoto's puppets would yield their final hand, powering up and exploding out of the rocks and debris of their earlier collision. And looking down with true aggression, Jiren in particular would just grumble, Perhaps this body wasn't as strong as I had once thought, and perhaps you are no ordinary mortal either. But no matter, you all pale in comparison to my true form. I will show you why those who see a blood demon never see anything ever again. As with a demonic roar, both Hit and Jiren's red eyes would suddenly vanish along with their pupils. Their bodies duck down, convulsing and bulking up as they begin to undergo a truly hideous final transformation. One which ultimately, as they scream to the depths of hell, would bring on the release of an ominously dark red blood out of their skin, which slowly begins to coat their entire body. Jiren and Hit are beginning to lose themselves and become two entirely different creatures. You and the God Killer all die here! As finally, with their transformation complete, two horrendous blood demon Makotos would be seen, each modeled after their respective warrior, and each with two tails instead of the four Makoto had by himself. As blood both rises from their immense aura and slathers on the ground from the constant pumping. But finding all of this endlessly amusing would seem is none other than Frieza, who, unable to contain his laughter, would squint as he says, "Oh my! What is this now? How I've missed the curiosities of the real world. Blood demons, you say? Then this shall be most interesting to see how a frost demon fares in comparison. Come, I am ready for you! Cocky brat!" And in tandem, using the same voice, both of the blood demons would just yell in annoyance, ready to launch at Frieza in front of them before... What? Suddenly, a look of pure shock and terror would overcome the two terrifying creatures, as they would begin to realize in that instant something had changed, and changed for the worse. How? As when the two demons would look behind, they would see none other than true Black Demon Frieza already behind them, and with each of their tails grabbed by one of his hands, as he would say from behind, "Sorry, my fellow demons, but I can't help but think these two giant tails on your back are probably slowing you down. I know I can cope barely with just one." Before, with a sinister tone and voice, smirking devilishly, he would finally add, "Here, let me help you lose some dead weight." As suddenly, in violent fashion, Black Frieza would immediately then rip off each of their tails straight from their backside, like ripping toilet tissue off, causing a splattering of blood to shoot out as their limbs are violently removed. And with ironically blood-curdling screams, both the possessed demons would scream in agony as their pupils disappear from the pain. Instantly then turning around to confront Frieza, who is far from fleeing, standing still in fact before... "What's wrong? Want these back?" Instigating the battle himself, as he suddenly then rushes straight forward like a maniac, still wielding the two torn off tails in his arms as if they were his swords or trophies. and in perhaps the greatest sign of disrespect possible in the situation, rather than dirty his own fists, true Black Demon Frieza would instead slam both fighters with their own tails, brutalizing them each in quick succession. And with their bodies still flailing from being attacked earlier, Frieza would then finish the job, slamming each again with their now deteriorating tails before each would slam face first onto the ground, seemingly down for the count. Leaving the Frost Demon to then look down at his two fallen prey and simply let out, "See? I told you those tails were heavy." Before then dropping and discarding of the two tails onto the floor, as if letting go of two bats that had broken. Until finally, in a callous move, the Emperor would walk forward to the two bodies and begin pointing down his fingers, with a black ball of energy at the tip, all sorely aimed at their vulnerable skulls. And with a truly demonic laugh, he would then chuckle and say, "Fool for naught, whatever you are one pathetic disgrace. If power is what that monkey desires, then you aren't even worth keeping around. I'm sure he won't mind me getting rid of you before he's out." But just as Frieza would begin to think this, a humanoid-like hand would then stop him in his tracks, grabbing at his forearm. Could it finally be Vegito himself? You! But when we finally do see, it wouldn't be Vegito, or at least all of him, as standing there, stopping Frieza as if he were a child, would be Son Goku, in base form and covered in scratches from his own decades of training, as he would look down and then say stoically, "You're getting a bit too carried away there, Frieza. You know the plan, and you don't get to call the shots. Vegito will decide if this guy is worth adding to our cause. Got it?" To which an infuriated Frieza would just scream back, "Careful who you put your hands on, you damn monkey! I'm afraid you're talking to me, not knowing at all who or what I have now become. Carry on at your own risk." And as if heeding his request, the Saiyan from Earth would then remove his hand. While Frieza, now trying to calm himself back down, knowing starting a fight right now may not be in his best interest, would then close his eyes and say calmly, "Fine, have it your way, Son Goku. Take as much of these weaklings' energy as you'd like. In the end, it will make you no closer to the level I am at now." But still conscious on the ground below, Blood Demon Hit would watch as this incident all plays out, and out the corner of his eyes would remark, Who is that now? This new mortal made the other one cease all actions with a single sentence. Could he be even stronger? He doesn't look it. But if that is the case, he could serve as a much better host to teach that vile Frost Demon why you do not mess with a god. As from the side of Makoto's body, a red fleshy blob of material would then secretly detach, ready to do one thing we've seen happen twice now already. as Goku, seemingly none the wiser, would just stand there looking at Frieza intently, as slowly but surely, the red material would reach closer and closer to his foot, and up his leg before shooting up his shoulder, and then straight towards Goku's face. Huh? What? But as it would approach, Goku's instinct would kick in, and suddenly, within his right eye, a seraphim eye would emerge, shocking even the essence of Makoto within the red blob, before instantly it is evaporated from the sight of Goku's Saiyan eyes alone, before Goku just nonchalantly, as if knowing beforehand what was going to happen already, would just say, "Good try, but you should know, I'm already part of another fusion, friend." And it would seem not only would the red flesh erase, but Makoto himself would instantly also feel a burning sensation as his demon side makes contact with the divine angel powers of Goku. And from this, another giant fleshy material would then shoot out of not only Hit, but Jiren this time too, into the air before combining on the ground below and slowly rising up. As suddenly, formulated once again, would be the true Blood Angel Makoto, four tails intact, with his gruesome face now looking angry as ever, while Hit and Jiren are left unconscious on the ground, but no longer possessed. Damn you! And with his tongue spewing out in rage, Makoto would only be able to think, "Unbelievable! First another demon comes out of that pyramid, and now a mortal using the divine techniques of the Seraphim! He used a divine smite without even saying a word! But how? Techniques like that are only ever fully learned through Dai's teachings. Not even the angels could ever fully make use of it. Yet this mortal can? Something is not adding up here." And grabbing onto his stomach in discomfort, as if a huge chunk of his energy had already been used up, he would add, "I was lucky before, but this may now truly be it for me. There are no more worthy hosts to take control of. If I'm going to die, then I will go out unleashing my full demon form. I won't last long, and even if I do, my smiting at the hands of Dai or his lackeys will all be but confirmed. But at the very least, it will be far better than just dying to these damn mortals!" As instantly, with all hopes of surviving shattered for the fourth of the five strongest, Makoto would then begin screaming an unsightly demonic screech as he prepares to go through one more final unstable transformation.
My statement still stands. Those who see the blood demon will never see anything else again!
As finally transforming into his final form, almost reminiscent of how Lucid looked, Makoto would become surrounded in a terrifying crimson red aura, as Goku and Frieza just watch on while smoke and debris blow everywhere. Oh! But a curious and seemingly intrigued Frieza looking on would just mutter, "So the members of the five aren't as pathetic as they led me to believe. Seems there may actually be more to this one than meets the eye." While Goku, still with just his one Seraphim eye activated, would stare without a word. Not clear if he too is impressed, or whether he couldn't care less. And in the aftermath of Makoto's final power-up, he would just stand motionless himself, as if readying himself for his final battle. Amongst the smoke, as a dark creature ready to put it all on the line.
You will die first, Frost Demon!
As the fourth would then immediately rush forward, but with a particular target in mind. Moving towards Frieza, who understandably he has the biggest grudge against after being beaten down. Why must everyone not like me? I can't quite figure it out. But of course, Frieza would only find the situation amusing, smiling as Makoto approaches.
I'll wipe the dirty smirk off your face!
While the triggered Makoto would speed up faster and faster, ready to annihilate his foe. That is until... Goku would intervene once more, slamming a kick indiscriminately straight onto the transformed Makoto's chin, as if nothing had changed at all.
You again!
Sending the fourth back to skid across the ground, dragging his heels and claws into the floor as he does so. While the continuing to smile and giggle Frieza, who almost expected this to happen, would just explain, "Sorry, my friend, but I feel our playtime is over now. It seems these monkeys don't like to share. Perhaps, if you kill him in brutal fashion, I'll reward you with another spar." While Goku, landing perfectly on the ground with his palm forward and without breaking a sweat, would then redirect attention back to him, saying, "You took over my friends' bodies, used them like puppets, and left them for nearly dead. Your fight is with me now, and I will not forgive you!"
Friends? You call those weaklings your friends? One of them wanted to kill you!
Leading to Makoto screaming back over Jiren's earlier goal of finishing the God Killer, before the two would instantly launch at each other in tandem, Makoto from the air and Goku from the ground, with Goku saying mid-flight briefly, "Disagreements between friends are just that. Between us only." And as Makoto would launch his punch almost like a spear towards Goku, the legendary Saiyan would just duck straight underneath.
Stay still!
But undeterred, Makoto would just continue, launching all four of his tails from behind this time in a similar fashion. But ultimately, these two would be dodged and perfectly by the emotionless Goku. Before in a brief instant, the Seraphim would then raise his palm up and tense, holding it still, before it suddenly begins to vibrate at sonic speed, so fast it's not long before it appears almost unmoving again to the naked eye. And with what looks like kinetic energy alone, Goku would then just shove his palm straight forward and create a shockwave of power that sends Makoto catapulting away, leaving the blood demon to scream in uncomfortability as he loses all control of himself under the forward-pushing power of just Goku's right hand. And as Goku would watch on, he would continue to not say a word, his seraphim eye tracking every movement before, in a slow, contrived movement, Goku would inch 2 fingers up closer and closer towards his face, as if waiting for the right exact moment.
Why aren't I stopping?
While Makoto would just continue to move back at pace, as if part of an elaborate choreography.
Wait, what is this?
But as the demon would move further forward, he would begin to lose himself in a blinding light that gives a familiar burn.
What?
As suddenly, from behind, a giant roar is heard, as 2 massive Saiyan eyes open and approach him at alarming speed and with vicious intent.
Where did this come from?
As behind him, unbelievably, a giant silver dragon would appear, just like it did for Black Frieza. As from the ground itself, the enormous silver creature would burst out as Goku yells, "Dragon Smite!" And the legendary member of the Fourth, looking on with his one eye burst open in disbelief, would be able to do nothing but scream out in fear, as he claws desperately to stop the beast about to swallow him. But once zoomed out, from Son Goku's perspective on the ground, the true sheer size and futility of ever trying to stop this giant silver dragon is then shown, as strewn all across the skyline after eating Makoto in one bite, the divine dragon would reach a pose before, looking into its Saiyan eyes, no noises would be heard until, with a roar, those same eyes would then begin emitting a divine blinding white light until, in a truly gigantic explosion, the silver dragon would detonate into a beautiful light show that would cover the entire surface of the planet, but without any of the harshness or debris of a normal one. As looking from down below, with a slightly cautious look, Frieza would just think to himself, "Well, that certainly brings back memories. I wouldn't have survived that back then. But now..." As from the aftermath of the dragon's explosion, something would then be seen falling to the ground at increasing speed, eventually crash landing with a thud on the floor below before, with a hushed outburst of pain, the fallen creature would of course be revealed to be Makoto, utterly beaten, his eyes closed, but his mouth completely open, breathing in and out his final breaths. But walking over confidently yet slowly to check on his defeated prey, Son Goku would arrive, and immediately then lift up his palm towards Makoto, but perhaps not in the same way Frieza was going to, as he lets out, "You've done more than enough harm in your lifetime. I spared you with that last attack, but I won't have you dying here while we wait for Vegito. Here, I'll give you some of my energy." Huh? But just as sparks of life force energy would begin to be created within Goku's palm, suddenly, the Saiyan would notice something out of the ordinary approaching. As slamming down from up above, a sharp beam of energy would penetrate Makoto straight through his chest as Goku jumps back instinctively. But as Makoto would gag for dear life, once we looked down, the beam would not dissipate at all, and instead reveal itself to be a divine-looking blade. What? With the shocked Goku mid-flight thinking, what just happened? I could barely sense that until the very last second. It was so fast. And as Goku would eventually then finally land, in front of him, a dark, ominous figure would stand atop the said blade, sitting over Makoto's now potentially deceased body. With finally, when we do zoom in on the still mysteriously dark silhouette, the creature would just say, "Smiting of the demons is far from a mortal's job. I don't know where you got that eye from, but you should leave this to me, child. The fifth of the 5 strongest." So our story continues with the mysterious darkened figure who had claimed to be the legendary 5th and most powerful of the 5 strongest in the multiverse, now standing upon a giant, divine blade, which has now well and truly penetrated the torso of the 4th. Whoa! And Goku standing there, now cautiously, sensing the character is no ordinary figure, would just mumble with his single seraphim eye, "The 5th of the 5 strongest? Is he serious? His movements just now were unreal. Vegito, don't take too long in there." But true Black Demon Frieza, also watching on in his new form, would seemingly appear completely unimpressed, either by insecurity or total arrogance, as he spews out, "What an over-the-top entrance for killing an already beaten worm. If the 4th was that weak, I can bet this one will be just as much a waste of time. I'll let that monkey handle him if anything." But the blackened figure would then switch his sight down to Makoto below him, looking down before with a disgruntled, almost disappointed face, he would say, "Makoto, how very disappointing. You have single-handedly besmirched and embarrassed the name of the 5 strongest, and made the priest look like a fool too. You, a demon all along, hiding among us all this time like a snake in the grass. I'd smite you now down to the demon realm, but I think Dai will probably reward me something great for bringing you back alive." Before jumping up with speed and then landing with a suspiciously graceful and light thud, as suddenly pockets of smoke begin to be released from not only his impact, but also from his dark skin itself. Huh? And Goku, watching on, would only be confused as the smoke begins to get bigger and bigger, as now the 5th is completely lost within its thickness until... Ha! So you're the guys who did Makoto in. As unbelievably, the true appearance of the 5th of the 5 strongest is then revealed, as what looks like a young teenage child, his entire appearance completely white, from his clothes to his hair to his skin and even his eyes. Everything about him as pure as his innocent stature, as he lets out, "Nice to meet you guys. My name is Light, the 5th of the 5 strongest." What? This has to be a joke! But Goku, seeing his unassuming appearance, would be completely shocked, unable to even accept the words of the young child as he comments, That kid's the fifth? No way. I can't even sense any kind of presence from him. Before now losing his sense of fear, he would immediately remember his true mission, as he thinks, I haven't got time to be wondering if he's saying the truth. That kid has just stabbed Makoto, and he already didn't have much time left. I can't let him die before Vegito comes out. Every little bit of energy will help. And to that end, Goku would then make his move, vanishing forward before reappearing now right in front of the divine blade that is stabbed into Makoto, and behind Light as he slowly reaches his hand towards the handle to pull it out, and hopefully keep Makoto alive just a little while longer. Huh? You! But just as his hand would reach millimeters away from the handle, the young, youthful-looking Light would instantly appear right in front of Goku, his hand already grabbing the handle of the blade, asserting his dominance as he looks up at the perplexed Saiyan. And looking up unfazed and not in the slightest bit worried about Goku, Light would just question, Hey, you do realize this is my sword, right? I don't know who taught you your manners, but you shouldn't touch the property of others. It might just leave you in a whole heap of trouble one day. But Goku, wide-eyed, would not respond, despite his face spelling out just how surprised he is, as you would think. He did it again! I couldn't even react to him appearing. Is that just how fast he is? Or is it something else? Who is this kid? But holding onto the blade, Light would just say, as if able to read Goku's thoughts, and you should probably stop thinking I'm a kid for your own sake. I've lived for thousands of years, even longer than this pathetic demon below my blade. How old are you again? Huh? Thousands of years? Surprising Goku now even more visibly this time, as he steps back in hesitation. As Light, meanwhile, without a shred of remorse or empathy, would then pull his sword out viciously, leading to the blood demon Makoto to scream out in agony once more. As Light would just comment, Surprised you're even alive, Makoto. Guess you live up to our name a little. Before then shifting to a smirk and swiping his sword back as if ready to attack Goku, Light would say, but with one demon down, it's only right I take the other one too. That horned one over there looks just like one of the demon emperors. What was his name again? Isa? Before so fast that it shoots straight past Goku before he can even barely react, Light would then toss his giant, divine blade, still stained with the blood of Makoto, straight at Frieza instead. What? And the previously just folding his arms Frost Demon, watching on, would have no choice but to unlock his arms and panic in the extremely short time he has to react. But with his all-new full-powered form, Frieza would just about manage to jump straight up, avoiding the blade entirely. But as the blade would move, something unusual would begin to happen as it begins to fade from sight. Frieza, meanwhile, though, would not take notice, just pleased that he found a way to escape as he thinks calmly internally, having escaped all danger. And yet again, these freaks all seem to have a problem with me. I didn't even say anything to this one. Perhaps they truly do see the great demon Lucif within me. Yes, that must be it. Ha! Huh? But just as Frieza would begin to relax, shockingly from the sky up above, Light would be seen wielding his giant sword with both arms, screaming out loud as he drops down like a meteorite, ready to turn true Black Demon Frieza into cold cuts in an extremely familiar scene. Wait! What? As Frieza, stunned into place via shock or even PTSD, cannot even move, as within nanoseconds, Light's blade would arrive straight on his forehead. But not caring at all for Frieza's past, Light would continue screaming as he readies his blade, yelling as he does so, "One down! What?" But just as that blade would come down, Son Goku would appear once more to save Frieza's hide, stopping the blade instantly by grabbing it with both hands, his grimacing so hard as he tries his best and grumbles, "I'm not letting you do what you want! Frieza, get away from here!" But as Light is frozen in place, pushing his sword down onto Goku, even he would be surprised that he would be stopped, but also more surprised by something else, as finally he has a good look at Goku and realizes, "You stopped me? That's got to be some kind of joke. Wait, what is that I see? That eye? Where the hell did you get that?" As Goku, grunting back with his right seraphim eye wide open now, will just respond, "I got it myself! You're really strong!" And so grunting louder and louder, trying his best to push back against the powerful child, Goku's hair would slowly begin to spike as he says, "I'm going to have to take this one step further for you, aren't I?" As suddenly he would power up, with now his hair turning cyan blue, and his power instantly skyrocketing as a result. Immediately then using the boosted power to then suddenly toss Light's blade straight onto the ground, overpowering him briefly, as even the fifth would be taken surprise and wonder, what did this freak just do? First a seraphim eye, and now this? And thinking deeply, soon the observations of Light would become far more troubling. As he reflects, I can't tell if either of these guys are the God Killer. But no one told me one of these mortals would be a seraphim. It seems incomplete as it is now, though. I'm not in the mood to use too much of my power, so I better put him down now. As suddenly, just like with the Divine Blade before, Light's body would begin to dematerialize in an unusual way until... With insane speed and ridiculous strength from such a small frame, Light would suddenly appear, slamming his fist down on Seraphim Goku's face, leaving the previously all-powerful Saiyan to wince in pain as blood splatters out of his mouth. Sending Goku's body flying away as Light would comment, "Yep, it's incomplete alright. You can't even see my movements with that eye." Eventually leading to Goku's body landing roughly on the ground below, on one knee and one hand to balance himself, as his face continues to scrunch up from dealing from the sheer power of Light's single blow. But with time, Goku's face would return to normal, as looking up at light, something would begin to click internally. As he introspects, the way he just moved, the force of that attack, the way he acts, there's something familiar about this guy, something that's off. He reminds me of the priest. As Goku then begins to think back to his brief run-ins with the Daishinkan when he first met Zeno, and also as a part of Vegito when he was knocked unconscious from behind. But in true Saiyan fashion, Goku would soon just rub the blood off his chin and leave a smirk, as he looks to light now with some enthusiasm, letting out. But what else could I expect from the strongest of the five? I really wonder what his background is. He almost reminds me of a Saiyan. Vegito really is going to enjoy battling him, so I better make the most of this while I can. But elsewhere, another one of the warriors from the Pyramid of Power would not be so pleased, as vigorously, shaking with anger and rage, Frieza would begin grumbling. How dare this child arrive and make a fool of me? Fifth or not, nobody is stronger than the Emperor of the Universe, the heir of Lucifer. I will not stand around and let that monkey Son Goku save me again either! This is not Namek! As if a truly demonic and monstrous roar, true black demon Frieza would finally begin letting loose once more. For the first time since leaving the pyramid, now showing a hint of effort, as thick bolts of black lightning would begin to surround his entire body, and splodges of spit would burst out from his monstrous yell. And as he powers up, a huge aura encircles his body, creating dark shockwaves that blow all over, as Goku too braces himself watching on. And as we zoom in on Goku's now cautious-looking face, even he would begin becoming alarmed at what progress Frieza is showing, having not seen him for the better part of a decade now, as he thinks, damn, Frieza, he really stepped his game up while I was training with Vegito. Didn't he go with black? If Frieza's jumped this far, I wonder how strong he got. Where even is he? But meanwhile, in a complete contrast, Light would just remain with his hands in his pockets, watching on as his white hair blows in the wind, swaying back and forth as not even the debris breaking on his face would cause him to blink once, with only him whispering, these two are pretty noisy. A half-baked seraphim, and I guess this is supposed to be a half-baked demon. But eventually, loud or not, Frieza's power-up would complete, his body almost covered in black demonic flames, as from within, he is seen with a calm and emotionless face, his eyes closed until... Finally! In shocking fashion, Frieza would open his eyes to reveal they are now blood red, just like a certain true demon we have come to know. As Frieza himself would say, now, I will begin using Lucis power itself to annihilate all of you! Frieza! As Goku, now completely reacting in shock, would begin to realize those red eyes are the same as Vegito's! he said if he used those too much, he'd get closer and closer to Lucif taking over. Is that what Frieza's using too? As Frieza, cracking his neck to the side, readying himself for battle with the fifth, would now let off a smirk, saying, I have to thank you for waiting, Light. You, just like these monkeys, seem to love a challenge. And now that I am ready, I will gladly show you once and for all who the true strongest in the multiverse is. As while Frieza would be saying this, his body would begin vanishing mysteriously. And ultimately, the vanishing would result in Frieza launching a sneaky surprise attack, instantly appearing to slam his fist on Light, but unfortunately, removing just one hand from his pockets, as with his palm alone and no change in his facial expression, Light would stop Frieza's mighty punch right in its tracks. What? Leaving a bemused Frieza, who has tapped into the so-called power of Lucif, to question, do my eyes deceive me? No, this is not happening again! As removing his fist quickly from Light's palm, with a vicious growl and grimace on his face, Frieza would begin turning his body rapidly, picking up speed in his tail behind, ready to slash it across Light instead. But Light, still unblinking and just remaining ominously quiet, would just duck his head and stare on before, in a wave of slashes, the screen would turn black. And once the scene would return, Light would be seen straight behind Frieza somehow, and for some reason, his sword in hand once more, somehow having vanished and rematerialized once again. Wait, what? And when we see Frieza's frankly shell-shocked face, it begins to dawn that Light may have done more than just move out of Frieza's way. As suddenly, dropping to the ground like a heavy bag of meat, Frieza's now mutilated tail would instantly drop to the ground. So fast, blood hasn't even had time to seep out. You didn't! Leaving Frieza to quickly turn his head around in disbelief, looking behind to his backside to see a flat stump before... What did you do to me? Screaming in utter pain, agony and fury, Frieza would finally realize what had just happened to him. Damn you all! And with the whole tail removed, it would appear the pain would truly be next level. As flying down rapidly like an unhappy child, Frieza would slam both his fists onto the floor as he continues to scream a blood-curdling screech. While Light, just looking back now from above, would comment callously, "Sorry, but didn't you say earlier to my colleague Makoto that your tail was weighing you down? I just did you a favor, didn't I? Just as you did to him, mortal." As adding insult to injury, Light would just remind Frieza that he did the exact same to the Blood Demon, and thus was only experiencing karma. And watching on, Goku, who was at first surprised with Frieza's power, would now be left near speechless at how badly he would be beaten by this new child. mumbling, He's not on our level. He's way too strong. You will pay, I promise you! But true Black Demon Frieza, of course not hearing a word of Goku's, would be blinded by rage and a need for revenge, shooting up immediately towards the fifth regardless. As the continuing to smile light would just toss his blade up into the sky and say as Frieza approached, "Usually demons know to give up once I cut off their tails, but you're a fun one it seems. I'll take my time smiting you then." "Shut your mouth! I am Lord Frieza!" Leading to an enraged Frieza getting himself ready to kick the fifth, as Light, just smirking away, would respond, "Frieza, huh? You'll fit just right in the demon realm with a name like that. Unfortunately, you'll be far too weak to ever become an emperor down there, though." And as Frieza's fully powered kick would then launch, Light would simply just make it miss by ducking his small body down. And while ducked down, still maintaining eye contact with a smile, Light would explain, "You know, those who cannot arise to the level of a demon emperor are destined to live the ultimate hell. Beatings and death non-stop for eternity. That's why so many dream of escaping. So enjoy your time in this realm while you can. Weaklings like you and Makoto are going to wish you never showed your faces around me." "I've lived in worse hells for decades! Your threats mean nothing to me!" As Frieza, who thinks back to the hell he was forced to face before being revived, just cocks back his fist regardless and without fear until... Of course, he would miss in time. Only for Light to reappear behind him, back again with his hand in his pockets, as Frieza begins, "Why, you little... Come here, brat!" "What?" Until, as if following his orders instantaneously, Light would then appear right in front of Frieza in touching distance, smirking as he goads him, "Okay, I'm here now. Now what, Frieza?" Leaving the infuriated Frieza to try fruitlessly to grab the evasive fifth with both arms, of course, grabbing thin air in the process. "I'm tired of this! I trained for too long! I went through too much for this to happen!" Causing Frieza to now nearly lose his mind from just how outclassed he seems to be. Where are you?" But as this would happen, it would soon become clear that Light would no longer even be around anywhere, as Frieza would then desperately look around, while Goku too down below would notice all of this. His face still stunned as he realizes, even with his seraphim eye that can see the movements of even Vegito, none of Light's movements seem trackable. With the Saiyan muttering, "There's nothing to see, nothing to sense. He's not even vanishing with just super speed. It's something completely different. I can't even sense any kind of energy from him, godly or not." Over here, you demon wannabe. As leaving both warriors totally lost in their thoughts. Light would then re-emerge, sitting nonchalantly already, sat down on a nearby rock formation. A smile on his face as he calls out to Frieza. Well, are you just going to stand there gawking like a fool? If you're the God Killer, you're a joke. Do not ever talk to Lucif like that! And Frieza, continuing to lose himself, would now even begin to think of himself as Lucif in time. Before... I will rip you to shreds for what you've done! As lifting his arm up in Frieza fashion, he would begin powering up an energy attack that would not be his usual Death Ball. Death Ball Barrage! As easily shooting out a truly insane sequence of multiple black death beams, each moving at the speed of light, the deadly energy attacks would rain down, causing untold levels of destruction down below. And in the aftermath, a huge crater formulated from each of Frieza's pinpointed sniper shots would be left, with one smoking target in the middle. Yes! As a prematurely overjoyed Frieza would sport a giant grin as he laughs and lets out, "You may be fast, but nothing outspeeds my death beams! Not least 1,000 of them! Rest in pieces, you rat!" But that misplaced confidence would soon come crashing down when something would catch his eye. Something that would show just how much of a gulf in power difference there was between him and his foe. As standing there back with his hands in his pockets, Light would be seen without a scratch and surrounded in what looks like a divine white barrier of energy, pulsating strong as if nothing Frieza had done could cause him any harm, with the fifth just adding, "To set the record straight, by the way, I could have dodged all of those at any time. I just felt like enjoying the light show." But now, I have a much better one to show you in return. As with a dark and devious turn in his tone, Light would then duck his head down with a suspicious smirk before... What? In that very instant, he would appear right by Frieza's side, still surrounded by his divine protective energy, as Frieza can barely move his body in time with his eyes in response. But it wouldn't stop him on instinct alone to clench his fist and at least try his best to defend himself. Attacking straight at the sphere of energy, protecting Light without fear until... in a brutal cracking of bones, true Black Demon Frieza's wrist would snap instantly on contact. All the while, the fifth just remains silently watching with a smile, like seeing a zoo exhibit. Damn you! As of course in reaction, the Frost Demon would bellow out in agony, grabbing onto his now damaged wrist. As curiously, Light would ironically begin to glow brightly, before ominously saying, "Enough of this. Time to show you that light show of mine. Enjoy." Shocking the still in pain Frieza, as slowly, Light either is lost within the ball, or disappears entirely, while the ball of energy would seem to get brighter and brighter. And the result would be clear. A moderate explosion that just leaves smoke in its wake after. What was that? As Frieza in its aftermath would be left a broken man, damaged and feeble on the ground, supporting himself on just one knee, wondering just why that one attack had affected him so much in particular. And still watching on with his Saiyan hair, Goku would wonder the same, thinking, that attack didn't even feel that strong. It barely even caused much of an explosion. Why did it hurt Frieza so much? But Light, amused by the confusion, with a smile would then explain, like I said, child, the smiting of demons is a god's job, not a mortal's. I imbued that little attack with a little bit of divine smiting energy. He should be feeling the burn for a while now, and just weak enough for me to enjoy these final moments with him. And trust me, I will enjoy this. As opening his eyes with a bloodthirsty and focused look, Light would begin readying himself for the final blow on the Emperor of the Universe. As he would finally then remove his hands from his pocket slowly, before with one hand out in front, he would let out cockily, "Listen up, Frieza. I'm going to attack you for real now. Manage to dodge this, and you win. But if you lose, you die. Now, watch closely." What? But just as Light would begin readying this, from his side, a mysterious gloved hand would land a fist straight on his face, causing the first sign of blood to leave the fifth since his arrival. Sending him awkwardly rolling backwards across the ground with speed, before eventually regaining himself, digging a hand into the ground. You've got to be kidding me! You can never leave me alone, can you? As Light, looking on, would see who his attacker was, and to his anger, it would appear to be someone he was all too familiar with. You haven't changed one bit, Light. As shockingly standing there would be Yamoshi, having trained himself for the last 20 years and seemingly all by himself. The legendary first true Super Saiyan God in history would emerge, his body battle scarred and his hair now different and tied up, as it seems an ultimate battle between two of the 5 strongest in the multiverse is now about to begin. But just how strong Yamoshi is now is yet to be seen. So our story continues with the former third of the 5 strongest, Yamoshi, having suddenly emerged from the pyramid of power at the very last second, standing before, poetically, the first of the 5, Light, who he had just landed a devastating punch on. And talking of Light, he would not be impressed with the violent entrance, as with blood leaking down his chin now, and some bruises, he would stare on seriously and say, "Now, this is a surprise. I came here looking for the God Killer, and not only have I run into Makoto, a seraphim, and a demon, but now you too? What is this? Some kind of surprise party? You guys do know My birthday isn't until next month, right? I see you haven't lost your sense of humor, Light. As a smirking back Yamoshi would just meet his eyes with his superior and respond, "Shouldn't be much of a surprise I caught you though. That's the same exact punch I always landed on you back in the old days. Back when you were my student." And Light in response would just wipe the blood away to reveal a coy smile. As he says back, "Yeah, the old days. A long, long time ago, when I was at the bottom of the five. But you know as well as I do, ever since I rose to the top, you couldn't get close to even landing a scratch on me. You've obviously improved to land that. Guess you must have popped out of the pyramid too, huh?" Yamoshi! But Goku would still just be surprised by the sudden appearance of Yamoshi, and the fact he was able to do what neither he nor Frieza could do. Land even a single attack on Light as he continues under his breath. "I haven't seen or heard from him in years. He's gotten strong. Real strong. I couldn't see him coming, and neither could Light. He must have gone through his own changes in there. Yes, I have, young Saiyan." Huh? As suddenly, Goku would hear a familiar regal voice from behind. And of course, it would be Yamoshi, who with undetectable speed now appears straight behind Goku saying, "Long time. Looks like you've done some soul searching. Seraphim eyes, huh? Dai offered to train me in those arts too, but of course I refused. As a Saiyan, I have my own path to strength. One even greater than that. How do you like mine?" As suddenly, Yamoshi would then reveal his own newly colored eyes with their own design. Yellow, like a certain other Saiyans, but with a cross through its pupil. Whatever new form Yamoshi has gained, he has pushed the level of the Saiyans to an entirely new level. As he reveals, "These are the eyes gained when a true Super Saiyan God goes even further beyond, returning to his primal roots." Huh? Leaving Goku intrigued as he too soon begins to realize the similarity between Yamoshi's eyes and Broly's, as he thinks, "Wait, that yellow, it's just like Broly's old Ikari eyes. I guess there was a level even above that. Man, who knew there were so many paths to power?" Before Yamoshi would then change his face back to one far more serious in tone, as he looks towards the fifth and lets out, "But regardless, listen up and listen closely. No matter how strong either of us has gotten, this guy right here will be no joke. Definitely too much for me to handle alone. Get up and stop watching from afar. It's going to take the both of us to even make him break a sweat. I'm going back to Vegito once this is all done anyway, so I might as well get an opportunity to make that brat cry one more time." To which Goku, listening, would then rise up himself, also looking seriously towards Light, and adding, "Yeah, I can tell. For someone who looks so young, he really is on another level. He just made Frieza look like he was nothing. I'm ready when you are. But remember, he needs to be kept alive. along with the fourth. And just like that, the two Saiyans split by centuries would power up to what is presumably their full power forms, with Goku now revealing his second Seraphim eye and unleashing his single angel wing, while Yamoshi transforms into some kind of ascended variant of his true Super Saiyan God form while maintaining his new yellow primal Ikari eyes, both their auras seeming equally as powerful from the outside. And as the two unleash monstrous energies that blow wind and debris everywhere, Light would just watch on. Before, when we zoom in on his face, he'd have more of a puzzled look than anything, as he mutters, "What's this now? Two Seraphim eyes and a wing. So this mortal is far closer to completing the form than I thought. Ridiculous." Before then looking at Yamoshi and saying, "Huh, and it looks like that old loser picked up something new too. Those eyes look weird. Seraphim knockoffs, it seems." But with the observations done, Yamoshi and Goku would launch immediately at the young child with intensity. One down the path of the angels, and the other down the path of the Saiyans. And as the two would launch their attacks respectively, both would quickly be blocked by Light in either arm, his right arm blocking Yamoshi's kick, and his left blocking Goku's fists. And as the two would clearly be putting in their all, Light would just continue to smirk confidently, looking at Goku in particular, saying, "So you're a little faster. But do you really know how to use that divine power, kid? Maybe I'll teach you now." Before, just as he did against Frieza, Light would vanish immediately from in between, leaving both Saiyans wondering where he would appear next, or where the next attack would come from. But unaware to Goku, something else more surprising was about to happen. What? As suddenly, Seraphim Goku would feel something strange go off within his mind and body. As he reacts, "Wait a second, my body, it's... As unbelievably, in a shock turn of events, Seraphim Goku would then uppercut Yamoshi hard in the face, and seemingly through no choice of his own. What's my body doing? As Goku himself would yell out with a shocked face, as his fist continues to rise into the air and follow through, and he continues, "My energy is being controlled, but how? You son of a..." Leaving Yamoshi to land backwards on his knee and hand, damaged, angered, and confused as he yells, "Hey! What's the big deal? Have you not figured out we're on the same team now, you damn clown?" As from his lip now, blood would begin to seep from that strike alone. "Sorry! I really didn't mean it, I promise!" As Goku, meanwhile, continues to just struggle to even bring his arm down, trying to explain to Yamoshi, "My body, it's moving on its own. I'm not doing this. It's happening again, look out! I can't stop this!" As Seraphim Goku would then rush straight forwards towards Yamoshi this time, as if the two were still enemies. "Kakarot, cut it out! I can't!" As this time, the two would then clash, grabbing onto each other's hands, with Yamoshi still confused as to what is even going on with Goku, just as he is too. But eventually the duo would realize, watching all of this, pleased with himself, nearby would be Light. And when we have a look, he would be curiously waving 2 fingers in the air, and in the direction Goku is being pushed. As with a giggle, Light would not be able to help but explain, there's a reason I'm the 5th of the 5 strongest, and why Dai himself stepped down to let me take his place. I am Light, the embodiment of all pure energy in the multiverse, and I'm afraid, my friend, there is no purer than that of the angels. That means, kiddo, that your energy is as good as mine to do with as I please. At least, as long as your form is incomplete. A true seraphim, after all, makes the form his own, combining it with whatever natural energies he has within. That's why no 2 seraphims will ever look the same. But I guess we won't ever get the chance to see yours. As unbelievably, while the 2 remain deadlocked, Light would raise his hand above his head and nonchalantly just produce a strange energy projectile of unimaginable energy and concentration, as he whispers out, "Now, you 2 hold still. This will only sting for a second." Suddenly then launching the powerful unknown ball of energy towards them, as the 2 would panic for their lives.
What?
Just standing frozen like 2 deer caught in headlights, as their impending doom comes closer and closer before... I still can't move, Yamoshi!
You're an idiot, Kakarot! We die now because of you!
And just like that, in one giant explosion, the 2 would be caught in an infernal of destruction, creating almost a round-bottom flask of explosion that shoots into the sky with almighty power. All the while, a truly joyous and happy-go-lucky Light would close his eyes and light up his mouth with a smile letting out. Now that's what I call a light show. I hope Zeno and Dai are watching closely. If you want a job done right, just rely on Light. And in the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, Light would just stand before a truly ginormous dust cloud that rises slowly into the air. But as time passes and the debris and smoke dissipates, eventually nothing would be seen left behind, with not a trace of neither Goku or Yamoshi. Strange. Leaving the 5th puzzled as he wonders, maybe I underestimated those 2. The Seraphim one, at the very least, shouldn't have moved. I wonder... Before suddenly, he would then begin to notice the presence of one of them.
Here's another one I used to always get you with, brat!
As instantly, once more, the legendary 3rd of the 5 strongest, Yamoshi, would find a way yet again to land an attack on Light. This time, a devastating elbow.
You!
Sending the young warrior launching backwards as his neck snaps back and blood splatters out. But as he moves back, his troubles would not cease to end, as suddenly, Seraphim Goku would cock back his own fist with rage and yell, "Try and control this one, Light!" But Light with a smile would just reply, "Looks like you've mixed in some of your own energy already, haven't you?" Yeah! Before Goku swiping his fist with confidence through Light's body would just miss entirely, as the fifth disappears even with his back turned. What? Leaving Goku annoyed at how even in that situation he isn't able to do a thing, as he begins to doubt himself. Is he still controlling me? Maybe he slowed me down. No, not at all. But as Light would reappear in the distance, he would explain, "That's just your own pathetically weak speed. Seems to me you're a Saiyan like Yamoshi, and you've begun to already pollute the pure angel energies with your own. No matter, it's more fun to handle both of you myself anyway. Now come, let's make more and more light shows! I haven't had a battle like this in years!" As the aptly named Light would continue his fascination with large explosions, powering up now 2 of the most extremely powerful energy attacks from before, 1 in each palm. Leaving Yamoshi to just switch stance and say, "Get ready, Kakarot. This time, we aren't letting those hit." As Goku, too, getting into position, would respond eyeing down Light. "Don't have to tell me that. Those are lethal. I hope you've got a technique that can keep up, Yamoshi, because I know I do." Ha! And to that end, Light would then begin his devastating attack, launching forward as he prepares to throw both energy balls at the same time. Divine Destruction! As Yamoshi, screaming too at the top of his voice, would showcase a new technique of his own. And Kamehame! And of course, Goku would begin powering up his own signature Kamehameha wave, but while in his Seraphim form, it would take on more of a divine Saiyan color. And at the end of what was surely a humongous collision of power, only destruction would remain, as the heat of the explosions themselves begin to cause thunder and lightning to strike down, while smoke bellows upwards. Until eventually, we would see a certain Saiyan huffing and puffing in complete exhaustion. And once we got a better look, it would be revealed that he would be far from alone, as both Yamoshi and Goku are seen utterly near their last wits, both on one knee and covered in scratches as the thunder rages behind them. And eventually, Goku looking up, trying to address Yamoshi only, would then say, "Well, I don't know about you, Yamoshi, but this doesn't seem to be going well. It feels like he's just playing with us. I'm pretty sure if he wanted those energy blasts to be stronger, they would have been." To which a begrudging Yamoshi, agreeing, would say, "Yeah, he could have. I've seen this brat's true power, and trust me, he's just playing with his food at this point. But not for long. Sooner or later, he's going to show his true cards." Before Yamoshi would then stand up tall now, done with his rest, and look down to Goku, continuing, "And I will be ready for them. I still have tricks up my sleeve, and I hope it's the same for you, young Saiyan. I'm going to get serious now. If you can't keep up, just cover me. But don't expect me to save your hide. You better hope Vegito comes out for that. But as Yamoshi would finish saying this, Goku would begin smiling with a slight giggle, whispering, "Oh, don't you worry about me. I don't need Vegito or you." As pushing himself up off the ground, he would add ominously, "I've still got a level to go myself. I just really didn't think I would need it right now. But this guy, he really is a monster. I'm excited for when Vegito does finally meet him." As I would have expected from one half of the God Killer. As Goku smiling responds, "Hey, I'm my own person, Yamoshi. Remember, my name's Goku." And just like that, both Yamoshi and Seraphim Goku would power up to all new forms, with Yamoshi's hair actually shortening, while a second scar appears on his face from the other side, while Goku finally unleashes a second angel wing that sprouts from his left side, now finally completing his Seraphim form. Whoa! Yamoshi! But despite his own new form making an appearance, the curious Goku would be more enthralled and interested with Yamoshi's new look, as he asks, "New form? Above a true Super Saiyan God, huh? I didn't think it would be possible, the way you spoke about it. What's this one called?" To which Yamoshi would just reply coldly, "I don't have a name for it yet per se, but just know it's not something an average Saiyan like you could ever obtain. Well done on betraying your Saiyan heritage for the teachings of the angels. I'll be sure to show you the error of your ways. Now, shall we begin, Kakarot?" As now with a smile and eager to continue the battle, Yamoshi would look to Goku. But standing in the distance silently would still be Light, who with a perplexed look would just mutter, "Wait, they both just transformed again. So they were both just hiding something? Playing with me?" As with an enraged look now, breaking his usual cool self, he would add, "If there's one thing I don't like, it's liars!" As not wanting to waste any time, Light would then suddenly appear behind Yamoshi, launching a kick which is instantly blocked by a grimacing third. And now, back with a smile, enjoying the heat of battle, he would comment, "Not bad, old man." To which grunting, Yamoshi would just reply, "I preferred you back when you were below my rank. At least then you were less mouthy." But as Light would listen to the third, suddenly he would feel someone grab his jacket from behind. And it would of course be Seraphim Goku himself. Yeah! Who would then instantly pull Light back and toss him away. Leaving the fifth to wonder, his speed and presence masking has improved. Since when could mortals master the Seraphim arts, let alone a Saiyan? Eventually then regaining himself in the air with his body before... Both Yamoshi and Goku would fixate their gaze on him too and... shoot off simultaneously, both with the singular aim of beating down the fifth. You two have gotten a little too cocky. But Light, still finding this unfazing, would immediately block both attacks at the same time, just like before, until slamming both his feet onto both Goku and Yamoshi respectively in response, while elegantly flipping backwards at the same time. Straightening himself while commenting, "Did these transformations just change your appearance or something? I'm struggling to see any difference now, if I'm being honest."
Damn brat!
Triggering both Goku and Yamoshi, who remain in the air before "Show me what you can do then, Light!" Goku, who just accepts the challenge, would rush straight back in, eager to show just what his completed Seraphim form can really do. But when Goku would slam his kick, Light would not only block, but also activate some kind of energy shield, one that looks mysteriously familiar to what he used to defend against Frieza. But undeterred, Goku would quickly then switch to powering up a concentrated sphere of energy in his left hand until blasting at full force and point blank, Goku would cover Light's entire body in a wave of divine Saiyan energy, causing of course a sizable explosion all before the eyes of Yamoshi, who watches on impressed. But it would seem Light would not be out for the count at all, as seemingly undetected by Yamoshi, he would then emerge right behind the third. Only to be reacted by Yamoshi at the very last second, but seemingly a little too late, as the laughing fifth readies an elbow saying, "Wasn't this lesson number 1 you taught me, Yamoshi? Always observe your surroundings!" But almost instantly, almost interrupting, Goku's voice would then be heard saying, "Yeah, and it looks like you never learned that one." "Huh? You!" As Light would look behind and realize Seraphim Goku was doing exactly the same to him. Leading to Goku immediately backhanding the child warrior hard on his cranium, sending him careering into the far distance. Again, to eventually scrape all across the floor to stop himself. You're starting to annoy me! As an increasingly triggered Light, who is now visibly damaged on the side of his skull, would grab onto his bruised temple, with his other eye furiously aimed at Goku. "I knew you were a problem the minute I saw you attempting to smite a demon! You may have stolen godly techniques, but you are still a lowly mortal! I will prove it!" As now with a vendetta against Goku, Light would then rush straight forward. But just as he does so, Goku's Seraphim eyes would glow brighter, as if reacting on instinct. And talking of instinct, just as Light would attempt to strike, for once, it would be Goku that dodges perfectly out of the way, much to the surprise of the fifth. What? Leaving Light with wide eyes, just questioning reality, whispering, He dodged me! A mortal dodged me! But the surprises of Goku would be far from over, as near immediately after, Goku would then land a knee straight in the gut of Light, winding the young-looking warrior instantly before lifting both arms up and locking them together. Goku would ready himself to do the unthinkable on the 5th of the 5 strongest in the multiverse. Immediately then slamming with ferocity, both hands down into Light's backside, crashing him into the ground right below for a thunderous and rippling impact. I'm finally getting the hang of this, as Goku would smirk looking down, marveling at his own progress as he seems to get stronger and stronger the more he utilizes this new form. With Light now mumbling in pain on his knees in the aftermath. And Yamoshi just observing in shock as he thinks, impossible. Kakarot, I think he won that little exchange against Light. Damn it! Damn it all! As now raging at his shortcomings, Light would begin striking the floor with a crazed look, screaming, how could I be beaten? How does something like this happen? Now look what you'll make me do! Look at the darkness you will force me to unleash! As suddenly, Light himself would begin to power up and take on a transformation of his own. One shockingly that causes his once pure white appearance to suddenly become polluted with a pitch black darkness that seeps into his left eye and into his hair too. Wait! This transformation for some reason, however, completely shell-shocks Yamoshi, as with a more shocked face than we've ever seen from him in the series, he would add, no, I thought he would show some of his cards, but this is too much! He's letting too much of that darkness come out! This is not good! But meanwhile, Goku would just be left confused as Light's body would suddenly then disappear. As immediately, just as this would happen, Goku would sense a sinister dark figure behind him. But before he can even muster a thought, he would be struck by the covered in lightning figure and sent gliding far into the distance for a crash landing. As floating in the air would then be revealed Light, but with a far more dark appearance, both in look and mannerism, as he remains completely silent like a robot. Until finally, letting out with his new black eyes and half black hair, you've got some nerve, mortal. Before quickly then lifting up his palm and powering up what looks like an unassuming ball of pure black energy, just saying finally, you die here, fake angel. Firing off the completely dense ball of energy instantly, as Yamoshi, watching on, knowing this is likely the end, just screams, no! Kakarot! But ultimately, the screams do nothing, as in the wake of Light's attack, a truly cataclysmic explosion takes place. Damn it! I knew this was bound to happen! With Yamoshi only able now to cover himself from the wreckage, as only clouds now remain where Goku once was. Light, meanwhile, would just remain watching silently, as if trying to confirm his kill. But unbelievably, Goku would still remain in one piece, but it wouldn't seem as if he had actually blocked anything, as when he moves his arm down, his confused face would just whisper, "Wait, what happened? I'm alive?"
Yes, you're alive, Kakarot.
As shockingly, the truth is then finally revealed, as standing there each with an arm up and in base form no less, Vegeta and Broly emerge from the Pyramid of Power, having saved Goku, with the Prince just looking to his fellow Saiyan and letting out,
"We'll take it from here now, clown."
Finally, the Prince of all Saiyans has made his comeback, but could it truly be with a power that even trumps Seraphim Goku? So our story continues with a smirking Prince of Saiyans Vegeta looking on at Goku with a cocky look as he finally arrives in the nick of time to save him, along with the Saiyan of legend Broly, who also returns, his back turned to Vegeta, instead looking ahead at their new foe Light. Vegeta! While Seraphim Goku understandably remains shell-shocked that not only had he survived his impending destruction at the hands of Light, but by the sudden returning hands of both Vegeta and Broly, and much less while they are in base form, as he mutters, "You guys, you're finally done. You're stronger. Way stronger." To which the smiling Vegeta would comment,
"Yes, clown. We trained and got stronger just like you. What did you think would happen? I suppose you also thought I'd stand idly by and let you have all the fun out here too. Silly Kakarot. I just needed a couple more days to perfect something. Isn't that right, Broly?"
To which the normally silent giant Broly would just respond begrudgingly, "Perfect? I would hardly describe such a villainous power as perfect. But do as you like. I'm here just to see how this all ends." Goku, though, hearing this thought, would query, however, "Perfect something? Vegeta, what are you talking about? You didn't, did you?" As a smiling Vegeta, looking back, would just respond ominously,
"Did what, Kakarot? You don't seem to be on your usual Seraphim high horse anymore."
Before slowly, Goku would then begin getting up and then reveal a smile of his own and reply, "High horse? You really can never let me get an upper hand over you, can you, Vegeta? This feels just like the old days. You've ascended, haven't you? I can't wait to see just how powerful you've got now." But Vegeta's attention would soon enough redirect back to the mission at hand, looking forward at Light with a serious stare and letting out,
"Something like that, Kakarot. I guess you'll just have to wait and see. But first, I want to take a page out of your book and fight this child as I am now. Get a feel for how strong he really is. Can't say my hopes are too high though, with that appearance."
And just like that, with no more words needing to be said by the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta would shoot straight forward at Light without hesitation, and curiously, in his base form only. But the fifth of the five strongest, though with an emotionless look, would just wonder, "So, 2 more have arrived out of that damn pyramid. Maybe I should have destroyed it after all. And these 2 look like Saiyans also. Could this one finally be the so-called God Killer? He certainly has the confidence for it. But of course, no matter how strong Vegeta could have possibly gotten in his base form, his first attack misses wildly, as Light just escapes with the most relaxed of motions. And unimpressed at the lack of speed and power, Light, knowing no better, would comment, "No, this is no God Killer. This is just another weakling. One even more of a waste of time than the other 2. Why even send this creature out? Are these mortals really that dumb?" But thinking deeply, taking in Light's movement, Vegeta would just introspect.
This kid isn't phased in the slightest. Kakarot may not know it, but he's still holding back. Show me your power!
And triggered that the 5th would take it so easy on royalty like himself, Vegeta would just then continue a barrage of attacks, this time in the form of kicks, each one being dodged perfectly by Light without as much as a change in expression in his face or eyes.
Attack back if you dare!
Screaming louder as he continues his assault, goading the 5th to at least fight back so that he can feel his power. This Saiyan has a death wish. Maybe it is time I start annihilating these nuisances. The God Killer is bound to come out eventually. As increasingly losing his patience, Light would begin to heed Vegeta's call. But meanwhile though, as Vegeta would continue his attack up above, watching from down below would be Broly, who watching on patiently would observe Vegeta's actions thinking, he's doing this just the way he said he would. But whether his plan goes just as expected, only time will tell. Enough! As finally stepping things up a gear, Light would then dodge and emerge straight in front of Vegeta's unexpected face. If death is what you wish, I can hand it out, worm! As he then cocks back a punch, clearly aimed to end the prince. But interestingly, as we zoom in closer on Vegeta's face, his countenance would show he would be far from worried, almost inviting the attack as he giggles before...
Get real, kid!
Suddenly, the right eye of Vegeta would change completely to the strange design previously seen in his completed true Demon of Destruction form. As with a big grin on his face, Vegeta's stare seems to stop Light's fist right in its tracks. That eye! And once Light would make sight with it, its significance would soon come to be revealed, as he mutters, That looks like a Demon Emperor's eye! Who is this? What? But before long, the 5th of the 5 strongest is then suddenly pushed straight backwards, as if Vegeta's presence alone created an invisible barrier that rejects him back, sending him flying as Vegeta just stands tall. But of course eventually, Light would spin and regain his composure, though still with trepidation on his mind as he grumbles. What was that just now? Even this one can dare to push me back! But his questioning would only last so long, as from his side, he would soon quickly realize a fast approaching powerful beam of energy, only inches away from making direct impact. Where did this come from? Did he plan this out already? Leaving Light now to stand before it as the beam destroys everything in its path and to its side in its pursuit of the fifth. And with no choice, and more importantly no time left, Light would be forced to cross his arms together across his face and chest until, in a massive explosion, the mysteriously powerful blast of energy would finally make impact, leaving behind a vast eruption of smoke bellowing everywhere and into the sky. And shockingly revealed as the assailant who blasted the energy beam would be none other than Broly himself, backing up Vegeta as if having been planned beforehand, with importantly now his own left eye now activated too, completely purple as he taps into his God of Destruction power, combined with his angelic fusion with mirrors, as he would then remark coldly, "Seems even the strongest of the five I've heard so many legends about can be caught off guard." Broly! While meanwhile Seraphim Goku, with an even more surprised look than before, noticing the difference in Broly 2, would just mumble, "Whoa! Broly! You've upgraded too! Just what kind of training were you guys doing in there?" You damn Saiyans! As emerging from the smoke finally, now singed, and with truly an aggravated and furious look on his face, Light would stare through with his teeth gritted, letting out, "So, Saiyans truly are a cowardly race, aren't they? Like those other two, you want to tag team me both at once? Very well. But you should know, I've seen that one-eye trick already from that fake Seraphim. If you have more power to show, go ahead and show it already, instead of wasting my time. 2-on-1, 4-on-1, or your entire species. It matters not. I finally show you who you're dealing with." This all being watched by the three Saiyans on the battlefield ground, who at first remained silent, just watching on until Vegeta, breaking the silence, disregarding Light entirely, folding his arms and looking to Broly, would just say, "Lucky you, Broly. Looks like the kid wants a bit of you too. And even better, wants us to actually go all out. What do you say? Can't say I'm a fan of holding back like Kakarot anyway." To which Broly would just respond seemingly not bothered, "Listen, as long as Chilai and Limo are safe, and I get my chocolates, then I'll do whatever it takes. I could care less about what anyone wants." And just like that, The two would follow Light's request to a T, both powering up to their full power forms, now fully mastered in their transformation and able to access them at will. With Vegeta now in his complete, true Demon of Destruction form, complete with both Demon Emperor eyes, 2 black demon wings, and God of Destruction symbols plastered all over his chest and abs. While Broly, now having his own destruction power combined, would stand with his pupils missing and eyes completely purple, along with an angelic ring around his neck that has also changed color too.
You guys!
Leaving Goku now shell-shocked as he finally sees the true extent of both Vegeta and Broly's extensive progress, marveling at their new forms, but more in particular at Vegeta's, as he mutters, Vegeta! That power! That feels just like Vegito's! But as Light would be watching on at the two completely different forms, only one would catch his eye, and his anger. This cannot be! Another demon in the realm of the mortals! How dare they! As clenching his fists and practically shaking from anger at Vegeta's appearance, he would naively then continue, that one has to be the God Killer, with the demon horns to match. What evil energy! And a disgrace to the members of the Five to be walking around so easily. You won't be spared like Makoto. You're being sent back down to where you belong, demon! Looks like this kid's hormones are giving him mood swings. How adorable! But the devilishly smiling Vegeta would just be amused by Light's assumptions and Goku's shock as he lets out, "Yes, I am the God Killer, and you're next on my list. This is the power of a true demon, born from the black heart of a ruthless Saiyan prince, and combined with the destructive talent that the late Beerus saw in me from the very beginning. I hope you enjoyed warming up against Kakarot's pathetic angel powers, because you shall deal with the devil himself now! Come to me, clown! As suddenly, full of Saiyan battle lust, like a peacock spreading its wings, Vegeta would power up ferociously once more, his enormous aura spreading everywhere as thick black lightning sparks and breaks apart rubble and debris that rises up. All this while his destruction symbols on his chest glow brighter, as if representing the fire in his blood now. And once more, Light would stand watching as the aura reaches a truly impressive size, blowing wind and debris everywhere, both in front and behind. As even Goku is forced to close one of his eyes and raise his arm to cover his face to protect himself from the sheer force Vegeta is generating, before commenting, "Vegeta, just how much darkness was there always in your heart? If you're like this, then Vegeta will be..." But before he can finish that horrific thought, a familiar foot would then appear beside Vegeta's despite his crazy aura. And Broly, unfazed, looking down with pupilless eyes, would just ask, "So, how do you want this to go exactly? You seem ready to battle. Do you want this to go just like we practiced? Or should we go our separate ways? Either way, I don't think this guy is infallible. But we should probably still approach with caution." But a smirking Vegeta, cocky as always, especially when overflowing with his newfound energy, would just reply,
"Caution? You should be cautious of not dying by my hand! On accident, you lunk! Do whatever you want! What we practiced was for the purpose of training! Out here, I fight and kill alone! Just remember not to get in my way! Make one wrong move, and you will be erased by the power of my Hakai!"
And with that ominous threat made, the double-winged Vegeta would then just get into his classic Saiyan fighting stance, showing no matter what he becomes, you can't take the Saiyan out of him.
Come, Broly!
And just like that, the two extremely overpowered Saiyans of Destruction would shoot straight forward, simultaneously, directly at Light, ready to take him up on his challenge. But just like with Goku, Light would respond by producing two energy shields that block both attacks at the same time, keeping him completely safe and away from harm's way.
Coward! What is this?
Leaving both Vegeta and Broly grimacing with their teeth bared wide, wondering why no matter how hard they try to push, the barrier just won't back down. You two look as dumb as Yamoshi did when he first tried to get through my light shield. Give it up. No one and nobody ever will be able to penetrate energy as pure as mine.
Broly mad!
But getting increasingly annoyed and losing himself to his primal ways, Broly's muscles would flex before... Suddenly, firing off a powerful blast of green energy that completely swallows Light within it, while Vegeta just narrowly brings his arms away from being caught along with it.
That didn't get him, Broly!
But Vegeta would be quick to realize Broly had actually hit nothing, sensing Light elsewhere, leading to him quickly firing off like a beam of shadow straight towards the floating in mid-air Light, whose feet are still smoking from seemingly having escaped Broly's blast by the skin of his teeth.
Get ready for the next dimension, kid!
As within an instant, true demon of destruction Vegeta, with a giant grin, would find himself now face first with the fifth, and in his palm, a concentrated black ball of demonic destruction before... Blasting, Vegeta would shoot the matter-erasing attack, but only for Light to dodge even at that distance. And worse yet, suddenly land an elbow down on Vegeta's exposed arm for a bone-crunching impact. Instantly leading to the prince screaming out in pain, just as he always has done in reaction to a broken limb.
Vegeta!
But Broly, who after decades of training with Vegeta, had now formed a bond greater with him than even Goku, would then launch with rage in aid of his Saiyan friend.
You will pay for that!
Screaming in a deep voice as his fist cocks back and his eyes glow a violent purple as his power surges. Jumping straight behind the in-pain Vegeta to surprise attack Light from in front. This one seems even dumber than the rest. A head-on attack? You were better off shooting ki beams from afar, fool! As instantly mid-sentence, his body would begin disappearing. Only then to appear straight behind Broly at practically the same time to slam an arm hard on the backside and spine of the legendary Saiyan, leading to Broly yelling in extreme pain as his mouth opens wider than ever before and blood shoots straight out from the internal rupture. Sending him flying straight into the ground like a missile for devastating impact on his crash landing.
Broly!
Leaving Vegeta to now scream out for him instead as... You know, giving into the power of demons so much is not a smart idea. Now that my dark side has made an appearance, I wonder if I can... Suddenly, Vegeta would sense his own body completely freeze into place.
What? My body!
Leaving a heavily vibrating Prince to now be left standing like a mannequin, as just like with Goku, his energy seems to momentarily be taken over by light. Buzz off!
You damn brat!
As Light, as if controlling a puppet, would then just flick his hands and fingers upwards as Vegeta's body shoots into the sky like a rocket in return.
What now?
But only for his body to then abruptly reach a stop in the sky, still under the control it seems of Light, as Vegeta, now beyond angered, would yell,
Unhand my body! How are you doing this?
As suddenly, Vegeta would soon begin to realize just what Light had planned. As no longer in control of himself, Vegeta would suddenly place his hands together in iconic fashion as the legendary purple lightning of his famous Gallic gun then powers up in his hands without any control of his own.
Vegeta! Get a hold of yourself!
Eventually noticed by a near petrified Broly on the ground, who while on his backside can only imagine the devastating impact of a full-powered blast from Vegeta, and from way up high in the sky.
Vegeta! No!
Light, he must be controlling him just like he did with me! And Goku, watching on below, would also soon catch on to what is happening too.
Broly!
But not allowing for any more senseless panic, it would soon be heard the voice of Mirus from within Broly. As annoyed at the Saiyan's lack of action, he would command, "It's Light who's controlling Vegeta right now! Take him out, and so too does his control of him! Go, Broly! Attack him now!" And instantly, not needing to be told twice, Broly would then begin powering up a frighteningly concentrated ball of green energy right within his mouth before... In one raucous yell from his mouth alone, Broly would unleash a gigantic breath, launching a ludicrously powerful beam of energy directly at Light, nearly reaching him in a split second. That oaf is still moving, surprising even Light with just the idea that Broly hadn't been put down yet before. You Saiyans really are like cockroaches! As suddenly, once more, Light would make Broly's attacks seem like nothing, as his white energy shield once again is summoned and would completely and easily defend against the full power of the Saiyans beam.
I'm free!
But as Light would focus his energy there, unbeknownst to him, Vegeta would instantly then break free from his control. As turning his head and gazing towards Light maniacally, Vegeta would scream,
Seems you can't control me and attack at the same time! An interesting detail, but you should have known. If even Babidi couldn't control the great Vegeta, then you had no chance! Gallic Gun!
As instantly maintaining the power he had summoned, Vegeta would then turn and blast his powerful energy beam straight at Light, right as he remains preoccupied with Broly.
What? No! You're kidding me!
As Light, in his final moments before impact, would ironically be lost in the bright purple illumination of Vegeta's blast on one side and the still pushing bright green light of Broly's beam on the other, leaving the childlike warrior to be well and truly trapped until... In a gigantic explosion of untold proportions mid-air, a blast would be seen, eviscerating everything in its surrounding area, and more than likely, whatever is located within it. And in the aftermath, only a thick black plume of smoke can be seen rising into the air. That is, until a dark, evil eye cuts through, that could only belong to one certain deity. As emerging once again from the smoke, but this time far more damaged and with the signs of tattered clothing, would be Light again. But notably, more of his hair had turned black. Until in the end, his hair completely changes. Now with a serious stare and with an unknown increase in power level, letting out, "You two have done it now. You two have begun the Age of Darkness."
Huh? Oh no!
Causing Yamoshi, who stands observant in the background, who also knows more about Light and his abilities than most, to react in shock. Light has mastered it after all these years. I've never seen anyone apart from Dai ever push him this far. He's going to do it. He's going to change to dark. As standing up above, looking down on all the Saiyans, the divine member of the Five would remain silent, covered in spontaneous electricity, but thinking to himself, "These mortals have had long enough of a run, and that demon for sure has been breathing for far too long in the presence of a god." As suddenly Light, now as a shadowy figure, would appear almost instantly without warning behind a taken off guard Vegeta before swiftly and brutally assaulting him with a back fist from behind, concaving the prince's left cheek instantly.
One down, one more weakling to go.
As in quick fashion, done already with Vegeta, Light would then turn his direction of sight towards Broly.
Do not underestimate us!
But Broly, unwilling to give up or let Vegeta go down, would then suddenly jump forward in rage, his body tensed until...
What?
Even in his furious state, Broly would notice something approaching fast, and it would not be Light, as he slowly then turns his back before... Suddenly, a barrage of white energy beams would slam straight onto his backside, as if heat-seeking missiles, causing a violent explosion on each strike. In the end, leaving Broly still standing, but with a waft of thick smoke coming off his back, eventually revealing a truly gruesome and painful looking burn all over his tail end. And in the end, even his front side wouldn't be looking too good, as the damage seems to be more than just skin deep, with Broly now just grunting, his eyes starting to close, and blood forcefully leaking down his mouth.
Broly!
And watching this all go down would be Goku, this time reacting and jumping into action as you would typically expect.
Hold on!
As he would immediately then power up his aura, ready to enter the battle with the duo. But meanwhile, Broly would reach the end of his tether, unable to keep himself standing anymore as he falls to his knees.
Damn it!
Aggravating Vegeta, who has himself now recovered but realizes...
That kid! His power just jumped again! What's with the dark hair? It's clearly related. I have a bad feeling this is just the beginning of how strong he can get!
But coming to the rescue, Seraphim Goku would quickly arrive right behind Broly, and with his palm outstretched forward. And as his hand is placed on Broly's shoulder, he would look down fondly with a smile and remark, "You did great, Broly. I can't believe how strong you've gotten. They weren't kidding about your potential, but I think we're all going to have to do our part if we want to win against this guy. Here, have some of my energy." As soon after, Goku's hand would begin glowing a cyan blue, and so too would Broly's entire body as it becomes enveloped in a divine energy coming straight from Seraphim Goku. And with that, just like with Vegeta, Broly too would be completely healed, standing up immediately, looking down at his now repaired injuries, and saying,
Kakarot, you did this? Why?
To which a smiling Goku would just say with his eyes closed, "Hey, I know you and Vegeta got close in there, but I'm on your team too, don't forget. We're all in this together." As the two would then turn their gaze to light far off in the sky, before Goku would let out, "But you should really take a break first. Me and Vegeta can hold him off until you recover."
Never!
But Broly, pushing back, would just refuse. But as Goku and Broly would ready themselves, a pair of feet with a dangling tail would begin descending down to the ground before landing softly. And of course, it would be revealed to be Yamoshi, who also now feels ready to join in the fun, saying, "As the elder here, I guess it wouldn't be a great look to stand by and watch you throw your young Saiyan lives away. I will fight too. Light is my student after all." And just like that, in a four-way split screen, all four legendary Saiyans that once made up most of Vegito are then seen, smirking and battle ready as they prepare to take on Light's new form all at once, with the legendary fifth of the five strongest just remaining in the air, not phased in the slightest, before finally saying,
"Come, my name is now Dark."
So our story continues with us staring at the backsides of the four legendary Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, Yamoshi and Broly, all in their new full-powered forms, each different from one another as they in turn look up into the sky at the fifth of the five strongest, Light, who watches down on them like the god he is. And with each of the four with their own thoughts and game plan on Light, Goku would begin thinking, Light, he won't stop improving. He looks and sounds different to before. We need to be on guard. While the cocky Vegeta, with a completely different view, would just let out,
Finally, the little runt has recognized the power before him. Now, we'll really be able to see just why the members of the five are so feared.
But Yamoshi, hearing this, would reply, "You should have learned that already from fighting me, young Saiyan. This is more than learning why the five are so dreaded. This is about learning exactly why Dai was so confident in letting Light take his place. Or should I say, Dark." While with his bright purple eyes of destruction, Broly would just remain stoic and silent, just keeping watch of the foe he knows already will be no pushover. But up in the sky, covered in black lightning now, after calling himself his alter ego, Dark, the seemingly new, deeper voice would just say, staring into his palm, "Such fools you are. You really do have no idea what you have just done. I've laid dormant within Light for centuries now, and you dare disturb my slumber for what? Now only death and destruction awaits the multiverse, until that priest comes to deal with me again. And this time, when I see his puny little blue face, I will personally rip it straight off!" As suddenly, the true vitriol and nature of this dark fellow begins to show itself, immediately being triggered by some kind of old grudge from the past with Dai. But as Dark's anger would build, "Dark, don't get carried away now. I'm still here." Suddenly, Light's voice would intervene, still present on the left side of his body, as talking to what looks like himself, he would add, "The age of darkness is not upon us just yet. I've only pulled out a little of your energy to deal with these four. You must really not think much of me to think I'd need your full power. I'm still in control of this battle, and still in control of you. Don't forget that. And if Dai ever has to show up again to stop you, you know he won't be as lenient as last time. To which the angered Dark, talking back to his left side, would grumble, I could care less about that damn angel's leniency. Things will go differently this time, I can tell you that. But fine, you're the boss for now, Light. But you disgust me having to call on my power even a little for such weaklings. Huh? But watching the strange interaction with seemingly just himself, Goku would look on puzzled, questioning, what's going on up there? Is that guy talking to us or himself? It's almost like he's got two different voices now too. How strange.
How observant of you, clown!
But interrupting Goku would be Vegito, who would be looking up as well, saying,
Yes, it does seem like that kid is talking to himself, and it doesn't seem to be any kind of mental breakdown. It appears that new name he gave for himself, Dark, may not have been just for dramatic effect after all. Someone else has emerged on this battlefield, but through light. As expected, there's more to the fifth of the five strongest than we first thought. He could be a fusion too, for all we know.
no, Light is no fusion. But before that idea would get carried away, Yamoshi, the third of the five strongest and former teacher of Light, would begin shedding some information, stating, this dark character Light is putting on is nothing more than a fantasy, an alter ego of his, a figment of his imagination created from his loneliness that went just a little too far. Light is a lone soul, no family, no friends, no home. His past no longer exists. All he has ever had was himself and his extremely unique power. Over time, that power became his only friend and eventually manifested itself into his secondary personality, Dark. And for good reason too, as it in some ways locked away a strength that would be far too dangerous to be available at any time. A strength, if truly let loose, if Dark truly takes over, would be a threat almost as bad as elusive.
What?
And in response, instantly all three of the other Saiyans would react in complete shock, having never anticipated Yamoshi to have compared Light's true power to that of the great demon they have all come to know. But it wouldn't take long for Vegeta to soon change his tune, grinning curiously as he lets out,
You know what? I've heard just about enough of these all-powerful threats that supposedly nobody here could stand a chance against. Light, Lucifer, Dark, even Zeno and the Priest. It's all the same. It all means nothing in the end. They all have to fall by our hand anyway. All four of us will try our very best now to make that a reality. Let the best Saiyan win.
As Vegeta, with his grin wider than ever, then would get into fighting stance. Leaving Goku 2 now to follow suit, lifting his arm for his own fighting stance while responding, Vegeta, that new form of yours has really given you some crazy confidence. I haven't seen you like this in a while. But you're right. There's no point worrying about what we can and can't do anymore. At this point, I think we all know, there's no turning back.
Precisely, Kakarot!
As Vegeta would agree, before Broly would finally break his own silence saying, I agree. All we can do now is see this through to the end. This is our final obstacle. When this is done, you will finally have your shot at revenge. I hope you get what you desire, so that I can be free of this nightmare. But Yamoshi, also ready for battle, would be far more pessimistic in his response, saying instead ominously, you three certainly spout a big talk. And as commendable your bravery may be, it means little here. I'm afraid there's a chance once Dark is inevitably completely let loose, the nightmare would have only just begun. But regardless, with their convictions set, all four would then launch simultaneously at Light in the very next panel, each roaring at the top of their lungs, eager to be the first to land something on the all-powerful god. But just as the four would strike, of course, Light would not be so brazen to allow all four to land at the same time, vanishing at the very last second as each's limb would come within nanometers of touching him, much to the surprise of all four Saiyans.
Down there!
As soon enough, all four above would notice that below, Light would appear unfazed, and with his arms by his side, as if he had not just dodged four of the most powerful Saiyans in all of history. As looking up, with a truly cold and disheveled look, Dark would let out, with that level of speed, you scummy mortals really attempted to attack me? This must be some kind of elaborate joke. Your weakness is already angering me! What? As suddenly, out of nowhere, as if turning on a light bulb, Dark would then appear instantly in the middle of the foursome, stunning each, but most shockingly, striking Vegeta directly in his solar plexus. And with a delayed reaction, true demon of destruction Vegeta would exclaim in pure pain and shock as his eyes burst wider than ever before and blood shoots out like a bullet onto the clothes of the fifth. But smiling now, more jovial than his alter ego, a smirking Light would comment, I told you already. No demons shall walk around in the mortal realm as long as I am alive. You die here, God Killer! As within his left arm, a dark ball of pure divine dark energy is then generated. Leaving the prince completely stunned as his end faces him directly in the face.
No!
but shouting in fear would be Yamoshi, who yells quickly, "Do not let that hit him!" As instantly, in a stunning movement of protection over Vegeta that surprises even the Royal Saiyan, both Yamoshi and Broly suddenly rush in front of Vegeta, their hands extended ready to take the impact of the attack in his place.
Brace yourself!
And moments before impact, Yamoshi would just yell one more final line of advice as he is lost in the light of the attack. As Broly, equally panicked, would yell back, "I am Vegeta! You better protect Chile!" What?
You two!
Leaving the perplexed Vegeta, who can hardly believe their desire to save him, just laying frozen, still like a deer caught in headlights, as he too begins to be lost in the illumination of the incoming explosion.
No! I'm not letting you all die!
But Goku, some distance away, would recognize even with the combined effort of the three, the aftermath would be brutal, and immediately, for some reason, places his two fingers on his forehead, ready for an instant transmission, even though he was nowhere near the other three. Could Goku be escaping like a coward? But regardless, it would matter not in the end, as the energy ball would finally make contact and create a truly devastating explosion of black matter, thunder, lightning, and more that resembles a planet being eviscerated. Leaving Light and his alter ego now to watch calmly in the distance, having escaped and reappeared there as thunder rains down from the sky and nothing but smoke and dust remains where Vegeta, Broly, and Yamoshi once were. But despite the view, Dark in particular would be unimpressed and dissatisfied as he comments, "I know they're weaklings, but even they should leave behind a trace after that attack. Something's wrong. That damn Seraphim. He's evolving." As when we look into the distance of a set of mountains, nothing would be seen until, without warning, an instant transmission arrival would be taking place. Most likely, Goku, we would assume.
What?
But in reality, in an inexplicable sight, instead all three of the previously near-death Saiyans would appear suddenly in the instant transmission without a hint of Goku in sight, frozen in their previous positions with light, with nothing but confusion written across their faces, as they appear surrounded in a strange but familiar cyan-colored energy.
Whoa!
But from behind the energy surrounding the trio, a surprise voice would be heard, and it would be none other than Goku, who seems just as dumbfounded as the rest, as his two fingers remain on his forehead, and his other palm faces towards the three Saiyans, as Vegeta can only mumble looking back,
Kakarot! You did this?"
leaving the bemused Goku, who can barely get any words out, to look into his palm and whisper, I don't know. I guess I did." Before eventually smiling, realizing the powers of the Seraphim have seemingly extended his abilities in more ways than one, as he lets out, "This power I have, it makes me feel like anything is possible now. I outstretched my hand without thinking, almost on instinct, and I guess I just knew I could make my instant transmission work with connecting my energy to you alone. Cool trick, huh? And as the scene would then pan across the thunderous battlefield, the four Saiyans would then reconvene, taking what brief time they have to come up with another plan considering the threat of light, with Yamoshi leading, saying, "It seems just like I told you. You're all severely underestimating just how strong light really is. Now dark is out, we have little hope. But one of you at least, seems to be his weakness." Causing Vegeta to angrily grumble,
Typical. Of course that clown would find a way to end up the hero.
with Broly finally adding, "Kakarot, your Seraphim form has landed the most damage on him so far, and your ability to heal and save us from imminent danger is invaluable. You are the key to winning this battle."
Me?
As Goku just continues to look down at his hands and powers in astonishment, considering their words, as he says, If that's what you guys think, then I'll do my best. I still think I have a whole lot more to show."
Enough! He's coming!
As just as quickly as the discussions would start, they would suddenly end, as Broly and Yamoshi would then notice something incoming, and incoming fast.
Light! The brat's on the move!
As finally, Vegeta turning around fully would then notice too.
Are you weaklings stalling? Hurry up and die, so I can finally go back to sleep!
As Dark, talking once more, would indicate his eagerness to destroy all traces of the last remaining Saiyan. But on the battlefield below, Broly, powering up and tensing his muscles, would duck his body down as if ready to slingshot up as the ground below trembles until... like a speeding rocket, he would fire straight into the sky and reach Dark within nanoseconds. But Light, taking over once again, would just mock the attempt, face on without even a flinch, noting, "How careless. You may have speed, but your lugging huge body can barely keep up. Your wide open destroyer."
What?
As with a speed and swiftness so elite that Broly could hardly even react, pointing his hands into a spear position that even without any energy surrounding it, Light would cut through Broly, leaving a trail of crimson red blood to pour in front of Broly's shell-shocked face.
My arm!
As the angered primal Broly would soon yell in hysterics, looking at the severely damaged state of his limb. While Light, looking back, would just say, "You've got tough skin, I'll tell you that. Anybody else, and that arm would be missing." But as Light would look back, Dark would notice something is off. As finally, even in this new state, Light would then get punched straight onto his face.
Yamoshi!
And of course, it would once more inexplicably be the third, who with all his years of experience with Light, seems to always know the perfect opening and counterpunch to catch the fifth off guard. But taking his opportunity and revenge for his earlier injury, Broly would quickly rush in as Light recovers.
Why you?
Leaving Light briefly stunned at his arrival so soon after injury before. Broly too would land a punch straight after Yamoshi, sending the fifth flying back with his face wincing in pain and blood leaking slowly from his mouth. Quickly landing on his knees and arm angrily, with a vein pulsating rapidly on his forehead. With his teeth gritted, he would then grumble out,
Damn you, Yamoshi! Why am I still getting tagged by him? What does he know that I don't? Where are you?
Before quickly looking from side to side in anger, wondering where the two had even gone.
Oh, there they are! And the other two!
As eventually, he would notice Yamoshi and Broly up in the air, but now curiously, square above, Goku and Vegeta.
Wait!
But as he would wonder why they were all together, something strange would be felt within his body. A sensation that would be all too familiar to his victims, as he mutters,
My body, it's...
As standing there in the distance with a smirk and his palm outstretched would be Seraphim Goku, seeming supremely confident as he lets out, What's wrong, Light? Not feeling in control anymore? Feeling like you can't move? As now growing in confidence, Goku would explain, Turns out this Seraphim form of mine lets me do all sorts. Transfer my energy from across distances. Kinda like what you did to control me earlier. If my energy being so pure is what allowed you to do that, then I should be able to do the same to you. Now hold still and enjoy some of your own medicine.
What? You could never!
As Light would just remain still, unable to even believe a word coming out of Goku's voice, even with his struggle to move.
Doubt him all you want, kid, but I'm coming!
But Vegeta, watching on, would just ready himself with a grin, stamping his feet down before rushing straight at the still frozen Light, covered in his dark purple aura and with his muscles flexed.
Yeah! That's for earlier!
Immediately then landing a devastating left punch straight on the cheek of the young god, sending his arms flailing in the air.
These Saiyans!
As when we zoom in on Light's shocked face, blood would be splattering everywhere, as he struggles in disbelief that he would be outmaneuvered and outsmarted so easily by these lesser mortals. But just as fast as Vegeta would land that punch, the tables would turn again, as Light would suddenly then vanish from his sight. What? Did I do something wrong? Causing even Goku to be surprised, who begins doubting himself, as Vegeta yells angry looking back,
Hey, Kakarot! This isn't part of the plan! I thought you said you could control his every move, clown! What?
Before suddenly, the fifth would instantly reappear in front of the shocked Goku and say with the deep voice of Dark, You may have had some control over Light, but you have nothing on me, Saiyan! Kakarot! Leading to Vegeta instantly recognizing the impending danger, rushing forward at his longtime rival and friend.
Get away from him!
Launching with his arm cocked back, ready to strike light once more, and hopefully for the final time. And soon enough, the true demon of destruction would find himself face to face with both Light and Goku, ready to attack until... Wait! Vegeta! But much like the first time all four would attack, the fifth at the very last moment would begin dematerializing, right before the eyes of the still surprised Goku, who still can't understand how the young god is even moving despite his technique. Inevitably leading to Vegeta's all-powerful punch, landing flush on Goku's gut, winding him instantly.
Clown! Why didn't you get out of the way?
Leaving the unaccountable Vegeta to just blame Goku, while the comedically perplexed Goku can only whisper, still in agony, "Why didn't I get out of the way?" Before Goku would then stabilize himself, grabbing his stomach in agony, groaning until... "Why didn't you just not punch me? Ever think about that, Vegeta?" Before hilariously at the top of his voice, he would yell at Vegeta, silencing the prince instantly as he would awkwardly mutter back,
Sorry.
But their comedic moment would be short-lived, as the two would quickly soon turn around to notice danger once more.
What?
And meeting them would be not just any kind of danger, but the life-ending kind, as rushing towards them would be a huge and powerful ball of white energy draped in black lightning, destroying the ground beneath it as it rushes like a bullet train straight for the two Saiyans with almost no time to react.
Get out of my way, Kakarot!
But Vegeta, seemingly covering his protecting nature over Goku with his pride, would suddenly then kick the Saiyan hard in the back into the distance.
Give me your all! Just try and kill me!
As he would instantly then cross his arms, bracing for the impact, leaving himself by choice to face Light's devastating attack all by himself. And unfortunately, as it would eventually make contact, a blood-curdling scream would be heard from the prince, as he makes seemingly the ultimate sacrifice for the good of the multiverse.
Vegeta, no! Why?
As Goku, helplessly now back on his feet, would only be able to watch as the huge wind and debris from the explosion smashes all over his body and through his hair, with no sign of his once friend in sight.
I will not forgive you!
As raging from Vegeta's alleged sacrifice, Goku would immediately push himself even further, powering up to a noticeably even higher level of power before launching straight towards the direction of light, with complete conviction to avenge Vegeta. That speed and the ferocity of Goku's approach would even catch Light off guard, as he briefly turns his gaze from Vegeta's corpse to where Goku is approaching from.
Yeah! You'll pay!
and with such insane speed, even the manga panels can't keep up, as Seraphim Goku would instantaneously appear, striking Light cataclysmically hard on the chin.
Where is this strength coming from?
Leaving the dazed and dipping in and out of consciousness with his eyes closed, Light to just contemplate as he falls backwards how this Saiyan is even harnessing such incredible power. But the brutality of the Saiyan's counterattack would not end there, as only moments later, as if the duo were just waiting for their perfect moment, both Yamoshi and Broly would then arrive to double assault Light from both sides of his torso, and exactly at the same time, leading to an even harder impact than that he just received from Goku. Sending the near lifeless body of the young god to just spin weightlessly towards the ground before landing on his hands and knees with a loud thud.
This is not happening.
But of course, Light would be quick to get back up, albeit damaged now, and holding onto his left shoulder until... What? In an extreme case of deja vu and karma, the fifth would now be the one confronted by a gigantic beam of pure energy that arrives right in front of his face. And as his entire countenance is lost within its illumination, Light with big wide eyes would just mutter out, I can't dodge this! How are they doing this? Before in an even more gigantic explosion than one suffered by seemingly Vegeta, Light would be lost within a truly landscape-altering detonation that creates a strange cyan and purple sphere of energy for Light to suffer within.
How do you like it when it happens to you?
As standing there worse for wear, but still alive next to Goku, true demon of destruction Vegeta would be revealed to be still alive and still able to attack, having launched a combined ki beam with the help of Goku. As a completely ravaged and covered in damaged Light would then reveal his angry self amongst the rising smoke and destruction, grumbling internally, The fifth, the strongest of the five! Even with me using this much of Dark's power, they still can do this to me! Not one of them has been taken out yet. I won't allow this!
I won't allow this to happen!
As suddenly, Light would explode with energy once more, his power level rising rapidly as his appearance takes a turn for the worst once again, with half of his body now becoming grayed out as his hair spikes up, indicating an even greater pollution of Light's personality with Dark as he slowly takes over. And as Light, or should we say Dark, continues his transformation, Goku and Vegeta will just be left to watch on, as all across the battlefield, the entire environment would begin to change and destroy itself, with Black Thunder crushing all around onto the ground.
What's going on? Dark is taking over!
as even Yamoshi and Broly would need to watch themselves carefully as they dodge each and every one of the deadly energy-filled bolts of lightning.
Dark is taking over! Now!
Leaving Vegeta now sweating over the implication of the fifth change, as Goku, now on one knee, would realize too just how bad this is, saying, "No, it keeps on going. It's just as I thought. We aren't even close to seeing how powerful he is. We can't keep going like this. We need help!" But suddenly, just as Goku would make this call, the doors of the Pyramid of Power would slam open once more.
Huh? The pyramid! Who is it this time?
So the God Killer finally returns. But unfortunately, all four would be wrong, as arriving out of the pyramid would shockingly be Goku Black, with a devious smirk covered in bruises, presumably from training, but curiously, with his pupils missing. But shockingly, out of nowhere, those missing pupils seem to be more of a sign of losing consciousness than a new power, as Black would suddenly fall to the ground unconscious. As out of the pyramid, a certain spiky-haired warrior would begin to reveal himself. And with a familiar grin, would shockingly even reveal the existence of a seraphim eye, along with a demon eye. Could this truly be the return of Vegito? But just how did he learn the arts of the seraphim alone? So this is Vegito's timeline, as unbelievably, it would not be Vegito, but instead, Ultra Gogeta. Once again, after months of chapters of never being returned to, has finally showed up again, out of the pyramid, with 2 demon horns now present, and of course, both seraphim and demon abilities on board. This battle just got a whole lot more interesting. So our story continues with the shocking return of Ultra Gogeta onto the battlefield. GT Gogeta to be exact, after months of not appearing in the UV series, and returns with several notable changes, including 2 demon horns not present before, and both a seraphim eye and demon eye in tow also. As instantly, all 4 of the previous Saiyans on the battlefield react in a mixture of shock and confusion at the appearance of what seems like the wrong fusion, as Gogeta would just let out, "How interesting. So this is what the Goku and Vegeta of this timeline look like. I prefer you with the shorter hair, Prince." But starting to realize exactly who the figure is the closer he walks towards them, the Saiyans would begin to grow wide-eyed, reacting further individually, as Goku would mutter, "Gogeta! But how? Is this some kind of trick?" As Vegeta would whisper, "No, this is no trick. I can sense our energies, Kakarot. Vegito, you must have used that button in there." But Yamoshi who would be the only one remaining cool-faced, would just question, "Now, who is this supposed to be? Another Saiyan? I don't remember him from the inside, but his appearance seems to elicit fear in the others. Interesting. He reminds me a little of the God Killer." But perhaps unsurprisingly, the most shocked on realization would actually be Broly, whom of course fought and suffered defeat to Gogeta decades ago, as he would mumble,
Gogeta! It's you!
But Gogeta, taking notice of Broly in particular, would then quickly turn his gaze towards the legendary Saiyan, none the wiser, and query with a smirk,
"What's wrong, kid? You look like you've seen a ghost! Do I know you? I don't seem to remember your face. Oh well, hopefully that same fear translates to Zeno."
Before continuing his confident smirk, the Fused Saiyan would then tilt his head to the sky, looking towards Dark, saying,
"Regardless, have no fear. Whether you know who I am or not, I've been training with Vegito for the last few years now, on top of the training I've done in my own timeline. And just take it from me, don't even worry about this little kid up there anymore. When the God Killer finally comes back out, this will all be over." In fact, I've leveled up enough in just his presence that I'll be able to handle this one all by myself. What? Huh?
This last line immediately leaving Goku and Vegeta perplexed, who even in their all-new powerful forms stood no chance against Dark's full power. With Vegeta immediately aggravated, shouting,
"Preposterous! Vegito got that strong, even without us inside of him? You may be the fusion of me and Kakarot, but you obviously have no idea who you're dealing with right now. The separate powers of each of us could only take this light fellow this far, and he has more forms to go, it seems. Combining them in you is not going to make a difference. You're out of your mind."
While meanwhile, Goku, now more serious, would agree and add, "Vegeta is right, Gogeta. I get the feeling you're underestimating Light. Trust me, that kid is something else. I'm not even sure Vegito will be enough without us. But regardless, I need to know how you're even here. I didn't see you in the chamber at all, and I was training with Vegito for over 10 years. But Gogeta would just giggle in response, as he would then explain,
"I see you're a little more simple-minded than the Goku of my time. But it's simple, really. It's because I was brought in after you left. That is when Vegito summoned me, using a summoning button all destroyers have, modeled after Zeno's, which I gave him when he first stumbled into my timeline. I've been training ever since, for the time to come help complete his mission. But even I didn't expect it when it suddenly did happen."
Before then unleashing his arms wide in pride and continuing,
"And from there, the training begun. Over and over. Mind you, when I arrived, the gap wasn't too large. After all, I'd been non-stop training in my own timeline since he left anyway. That was his final request to me. So really, I've been training even longer than Vegito and you guys. But ultimately, after years of battle, both of us ascended to untold new heights. It's just typical of him. His ascension was just on a whole different level. You'll all see eventually.
Before Gogeta would then turn to Goku in particular, explaining,
In there, I even got my own taste of the Seraphim. Not advanced as yours for sure, but seems all that time with Vegito, he was able to pick up and teach me the basics from just watching you alone. He really is some kind of genius. Vegeta's side, I guess.
but talking of Vegeta, with his arms folded, the prince would have his own digressions, asking,
That's all well and good, but what about the demon horns? From what we know, what Kakarot has is still just a technique that can be learned. But these horns are from the committing of a cardinal sin, right? What gives with yours?
Before the devious change in tone, Ultra Gogeta would duck his head down and let out,
Yeah, a cardinal sin. I've heard about that from Whis. I guess the biggest of which is killing a god. And that is exactly what I did. I killed Beerus too. Huh? What? Beerus?
instantly raising alarms and creating more questions than answers, as all three of the Universe 7 Saiyans then react in complete disbelief. Before Goku would finally then regain his composure and ask thoroughly, "That can't be true. That would mean you're a god killer too. Wouldn't the same thing that happened to us happen to you too?" But Gogeta would just explain,
Not necessarily, Goku. Context is everything. When the Vegeta of your timeline killed Beerus, it was during a spar. During Beerus's current reign as a god. That is what triggered the other 11 to do what they eventually did. For better or for worse. A cardinal sin is one thing, but it's entirely different to break the rules of the realm. Murdering in cold blood a god required for maintaining the balance of the universe and its mortal levels.
before then folding his arms and adding,
But in my case, the situation was different. I had already been given the title of New God of Destruction of Universe 7. When I learned the news from Vegito about Beerus' involvement in our home planet's destruction and the true nature of these gods, I decided to kill him once Vegito had left. But I did so as one god of destruction to another. Something allowed since ancient times in the realm of the mortals. There was no punishment for me, and when I eventually relinquished my title of God of Destruction, my mortality was returned, along with my ability to bring out these demon horns for being a god killer. Now another has taken my place as the new God of Destruction, and I am free to do as I please over here.
as surprisingly, the new god of destruction of the GT timeline is revealed to be none other than Marju. And meanwhile, Broly hearing this would then just concur, adding, "As a god of destruction myself, I can confirm what he's saying. One destroyer killing another is not frowned upon, but more just a show of dominance. But regardless, Gogeta, you are making a big mistake underestimating Light. He is nothing like any of us has ever seen before. And judging by the power I can sense from you, you are only marginally stronger than the rest of us." But Gogeta, still smirking, now with his eyes closed, would just confidently dismiss the Saiyan, replying,
"Like nothing you've seen before? How ironic, because not only did you act like you'd seen me earlier, but you also now dare try to gauge my strength. Strength I haven't even begun to showcase."
Huh? Confusing Broly as he fails to understand what Gogeta could mean with both a Seraphim Eye and Demon Eye already activated.
"Allow me to show you what I learned training with the God Killer!"
Suddenly, with an uncharacteristically demonic roar from Gogeta, the fused Saiyan would begin screaming to the high heavens as his eyes explode wide and thick saliva forcefully spurts out of his mouth. And as his body would change, growing furrier and furrier, his fusion jacket would explode straight off as if made of glass, along with a demonic tail that sprouts forth. And as he continues his raucous transformation, a white shawl of fur would grow beneath his neck, resembling a certain other Saiyan. As over his two different eyes, now a purple scar would run across his entire face.
Welcome to the first half Seraphim, half Demon in history!
As unbelievably, on his final transformation, the double-horned demon would possess not only black lightning surrounding his black-furred left side, but also an entire all-white fur right side, complete with his angelic seraphim eye and white lightning to match, as he glances at Broly and says ominously,
"Never doubt me again!"
Gogeta's power-up would then just continue to change the very landscape around him, creating air pressure, wind, and debris that rushes forward towards the watching on Goku and Vegeta.
That...
Leaving true Demon of Destruction Vegeta first to be left gobsmacked at the power of his GT counterparts, muttering in disbelief,
"That's a complete true demon form! Just like Vegito's! No, it's gone even further than his!"
As Seraphim Goku would comment more composed, "This is crazy, Vegeta. Even with that demonic transformation, he's perfectly maintaining his Seraphim Eye. So this is what would have happened if I could tap into Lucid's power just like you guys." Dark, meanwhile, with his now spiked up hair and half black body, would also observe from distance with trepidation, finding yet another powerful step up in challenge, as he would whisper to himself, "This is a mortal, a Saiyan. This is utterly outrageous. Never have I seen a seraphim combined with a demon. Could this be a Nephilim?" But soon enough, all of Gogeta's aura would then unleash and dissipate in an instant, as getting into fighting stance quickly, he would say abruptly,
Never what now? Whatever, brat. I haven't got all day like this. In fact, I'm not sure I have very long at all. So if you're done chirping away, let's get this party started!
As suddenly, the two-sided warrior would launch himself at the two-sided 5th of the 5 strongest. While Dark, with his 2 black eyes with white pupils, would remain completely unmoving on his approach, just staring deep into his eyes and continuing to say under his breath, "A Nephilim in this realm?" And as Gogeta would get closer and closer, Dark would answer his own question, saying, "Not a chance." As Gogeta's humongous punch would then finally make contact, but within the palm of Dark, who is neither shaken nor even pushed back in the slightest.
Wow!
And having had his first ever exchange with Light, Gogeta would comment with a smirk,
Looks like they weren't lying. Seems you can at least take a half-powered punch.
As while saying this, his body would begin to vanish. As similarly, an unimpressed Dark would also begin to disappear, while saying back, "You're neither half seraphim or half demon. Just a poor attempt at both, molded into a weak mortal." Being a mortal is all I need to deal with the likes of you! As when they both simultaneously reappear, Gogeta would have already rotated his body entirely, ready to slam his right leg instead. Just another violent beast. When will you learn? You are too weak to even make me feel a thing! Angering Dark as he is forced to raise his arm once more to block something seemingly pointless. But on impact, even Dark would notice something had changed, as Gogeta grumbles, "Hold on a sec, kid. You didn't think I'd try my best from the start, did you? I'm half Goku!" As now, with Gogeta standing still unmoved, the tables would turn in his favor, as Dark is sent moving away across town by his feet and eventually stopping using his light arm. Dark, still looking fairly emotionless, would just grunt at the sudden change, but still not respecting Gogeta's power. As the fused Saiyan looking back, still with his leg in the air, would goad him saying, "Don't act so cool. We both know you felt that. Like I said, time is of the essence, so show me what you've really got." "Gladly, Saiyan." As instantly, on Gogeta's command, Dark would then lift up his blackened hand, straight to his face as if summoning something. Leading to Gogeta, instantly with his senses intact, picking up something approaching him from both sides. As suddenly, boulders seemingly strengthened by Dark's own telekinetic abilities crash straight into Gogeta's body. With such strength and force, his body would begin to contort and become crushed no matter how hard he pushes back.
What are you doing? Stop!
As more and more strengthened matter would then collide and push further and further to trap the demonic Saiyan, as he tries his utter best to claw himself out. Unfortunately though, in the end, all cracks are filled, and the third God Killer is left imprisoned within Dark's pseudo-prison, as the fifth would cockily comment, "Begone, worm. I tire of you wannabes. Bring me the God Killer!" As now pleased with himself, a smile would finally crack on Dark's face, as he adds, "Light, you were a fool for wasting so much time relying on your pitiful power. As embarrassing as it is to call upon me for mere mortals, just look how easily they are dispatched of once I'm involved. When the God Killer is out, I will use him as bait to bring Dai forth, and then I will have my revenge." But as Dark would have a monologue with himself, from within the darkness of the stone prison, two very noticeable eyes would begin to be seen, before suddenly beams of light would begin to shine through and cause the prison to crumble ever so slightly until...
Meteor explosion!
With his arms outstretched to the sky, true Seraphim Demon Gogeta would call upon one of his signature moves and completely obliterate the rocks entrapping him, whether strengthened by Dark's energy or not, as every little trace and particle is erased to dust by his fierce energy alone.
Much better. It was getting tight in there. Don't you know I'm claustrophobic?
As Gogeta would just then stay in the air as all the destruction of his attacks falls to the ground around him and below, where Dark would be watching thoroughly incensed by his interruption. As looking on seriously at the fused Saiyan, he would say, "Maybe I underestimated these worms after all. I think I can understand why they gave you problems, Light."
What a compliment!
As Gogeta, now free and looking down with a smile, would let out,
"Trust me, you're lucky you're only dealing with me right now. Just die peacefully, and you won't have to suffer the nightmare of the true God Killer!"
As within both palms of Gogeta, suddenly, two dark energy balls would be generated, each one overflowing with power, as black lightning can't help but dance around the sphere.
Now just try and block these!
As instantly Gogeta would then, in almost a kamikaze style attack, rush straight down and head on with Dark, both energy balls in tow, eager to detonate them in close proximity.
Mindless animal!
But Dark, maintaining his cool, would just immediately find himself slowly being covered by what looks like at first dark energy tentacles. But regardless of whatever they were, once Gogeta's attack would land, the devastation would be simply horrific, creating a thunderous roar, shaking the very planet, as black lightning explodes into the sky, surrounding Gogeta's jet-like launch. He got him! Shocking Yamoshi instantly, as the former teacher of the 5th reels from the stunning impact, wondering if that was truly enough with that kind of power. And indeed, in the aftermath, a gigantic crater would be seen, with thick smoke rising into the air, covering our view of both Gogeta and Dark. But as we finally see a view of the Saiyan, it seems even Gogeta still can't see much from within the debris, as he comments,
Come on now, show me that adorable face of yours. Angry?
But as the smoke would clear, suddenly a dark presence would reveal itself right in front of Gogeta. But it would not be the 5th.
What on earth is that?
As suddenly, facing Gogeta would be a giant ball of pure dark energy, perfectly spherical and without a hint of damage on it.
You insolent beast!
As revealing himself within the sphere would be a triggered Dark, who stares down with rage at the Saiyan, continuing, I told you already, you are far too weak to ever damage me!
What?
As instantly, the goading would switch to straight offense, as the dark tentacles from before would appear once more, but from the surface of the black protective sphere, rushing towards Gogeta with the singular aim of skewering him like a kebab.
Defense and offense, huh? Who do you think you are, Gara?
As quickly, Gogeta would step back before... With super speed and impeccable instinct, one by one, Gogeta, using his Seraphim Eye, would dodge each of Dark's penetrating attacks with ease, despite the unimaginable speed of them. But as Dark would continue his never-ending assault, and Gogeta would continue to dodge, he would soon come to observe more closely just what kind of energy was attacking him. As he comments mid-attack,
This energy, what is this? It doesn't feel divine.
Before, while thinking deeper, he would soon realize,
I understand why you call yourself Dark now. This energy is nothing but pure evil, pure darkness. In other words, it's negative energy, just like that one guy.
as behind Gogeta, he would soon begin to remember an old foe, in the form of Janemba.
In that case, I have just the thing for you.
As suddenly, within the palm of his hand, an extremely familiar and iconic energy ball would begin to formulate. And it, of course, would be the Stardust Breaker. Before now rushing down below to the black sphere of energy, continuing,
With this attack, I will erase every trace of your dark energy. Darkness cannot exist in the place of light, and I'm going to bring you back to how you used to be, kid!
What is that attack? Erase my darkness? Alarming Dark, who begins to open his sphere marginally to peek at what Gogeta is even talking about. Before, now not taking any chances, the entire sphere would dissipate to leave what looks like several offensive black tails behind him instead. Enough! If a head-on battle is what you desire, then so be it! Your power comes nowhere near mine! As in response, a deadly powered-up ball of energy of his own would then appear within his palm. White energy with a black center, and surrounded in a violent dark aura to amplify it. Dark! Mortal! As the two would then rush straight in at each other, energy balls in hand, rather than throwing them, eager to face each other head on and decide truly who is the stronger combination of light and dark. And with a seismic collision, both would make impact, each with pure emotion on their faces, both seemingly putting in their all. And as the two unstoppable forces meet, all that can be seen from the outside is two massive auras smashing into one another, unmoving on impact as the planet around begins to fall apart. This is the end for you, Dark! And as Gogeta struggles to keep pushing, a quiet confidence would be heard in his voice. And that confidence would soon be explained, as on closer inspection, Dark would begin to notice his energy ball would begin to disappear ever so slightly. Impossible! Fine, I shall unleash all of my darkness then! But Dark, knowing full well he still has only seemingly shown half of his power, would continue to just increase his energy, knowing ultimately there was no way his opponent could do the same. What? But as he does so, in that instant, his entire attack would erase in the face of the Stardust Breaker, as now only Gogeta's attack remains. And as the legendary fusion would push forward, Gogeta would just shout in imminent victory. What's wrong, child? Increasing your dark energy not giving you the result you expected? You fool! I told you already, this Stardust Breaker of mine is no ordinary attack. I used this once to erase a being of completely pure negative energy, known as Janemba. And all you've done by increasing your power has just made it easier for me to erase yours. You are done for, Dark! Oh, Janemba! And as Dark's face becomes forcefully illuminated by the power of Gogeta's Stardust Breaker, in his final moments, as he feels his body begin to erase too, all he can do is reflect on his foe's final words. This is the end of the fifth of the 5 strongest. Huh? That is, at least it would have been, had suddenly Gogeta not then diffused in that very instant, separating into 2 very confused and shocked Saiyans, one GT Vegeta and one GT Goku, as Dark just stands there, still alive, and his palm still stretched out, but with nothing within it. Damn it! Not again, Kakarot! You've got to be kidding, Vegeta! Why do we always defuse at just the wrong time? as both GT counterparts would come to realize just what had happened and react in pure disappointment.
What?
But meanwhile, Dark, watching on in silence and shell shock, would just be thinking to himself, a fusion, like the God Killer. Was he him the whole time? They nearly defeated me. The God Killer nearly added me to his list.
I will not stand for this!
As suddenly triggering a deep rage within himself, and now completely having taken over light to become dark, the fifth would rush forward straight for the duo, now with 2 energy balls in hand, more than enough to destroy GT Goku and Vegeta in an instant, let alone in their base form. What? No! We have to do something! Causing Seraphim Goku to immediately react, while Vegeta would just yell back, "At that distance, they're done for, Kakarot! No!" And Vegeta would be right, as already Dark would be straight in their faces, as both Goku and Vegeta would just remain frozen in fear, and in many ways accepting their untimely fate. That would be the case until, out of nowhere, a suspiciously powerful and speedy beam of purple energy would strike light right through the middle of his torso, leaving him, and indeed the rest of the Saiyans, completely perplexed. Whoa! And as GT, Goku and Vegeta would watch on, the beam would go far into the distance and explode for devastating impact, leaving all wondering what had even happened. Who stepped in? Seraphim Goku? Yamoshi? Broly? But soon, a pair of boots begin to walk forward ominously.
Kept you waiting, huh?
As unbelievably, out now finally from the Pyramid of Power, Ultra Vegito would emerge, his clothing ravaged, but with a giant smirk on his face, his hair black, but curiously, his eyes now blood red, with blood red lightning circulating his body. This may be the God Killer, but in no way, shape or form is he the same one that walked in 20 years ago.
Well, hello.
So our story continues with Ultra Vegito, the God Killer, finally having left the Pyramid of Power after 20 plus years of training inside, where on the outside, no more than 10 days would have passed. As he walks out, a noticeable difference is seen in the legendary warrior, as his eyes now inexplicably glow a violent glowing red, complete with red lightning surrounding him. All this while, he remains still in just what looks like base. And watching on in pure shock that he has finally arrived outside and looking more confident than ever, Seraphim Goku and true demon of destruction Vegeta would just remain still, not able to even believe their own eyes. Goku, however, trying his best to say something, anything, would just mutter, "But, Vegito, it's you. You finally finished, huh? Are you sure you're ready?" But a laughing Vegito just responds,
Am I ready? Interesting question. I feel like I've been ready for this moment for millennia. Son Goku.
huh? But this referral to him so formally would take Goku aback, normally used to being called Kakarot by Vegito for the last 20 years, as he says, Son Goku? You don't normally call me that. Is everything alright, Vegito? But Vegeta would take something far more serious and concerning from the slight differences in Vegito, as he would think internally with a vein of pure fear.
Wait a minute! This is Vegito? Why is his presence so different now? His energy, it's changed! All I can sense is bloodlust, even when he's talking to Kakarot. Is this really him? Or is it Lucifer?
Overconfident brat! But while Vegito would talk to his better halves, from afar, Yamoshi would observe before calling out, Sorry to interrupt your little reunion, but what now, God Killer? It's all well and good making your cool little appearance, but I'm sure you're well aware the fifth is far from finished. You've only just angered him more. What will you do now? Absorb us all now to defeat him? If so, do it quickly! It's only a matter of time before he recovers! But looking behind with a cocky smirk, Vegito would seem more dismissive than expected, as he just lets out,
Yamoshi, third of the 5 strongest. You look a little different to how I remember you. You worry far more too. Fear not, dear Saiyan. Fusion with you all is unnecessary for now. I'll take care of this child as I am now. This won't even be a warm-up for me.
But hearing this and Vegito's strange new mannerisms, Broly too would become increasingly concerned, as he begins to think, his confidence, it's grown. It's greater than Gogeta's was. Why? Surely he must realize all of us here had failed, including his 2 training partners. Yet here he is, talking to us like he's met us for the first time. Something is not right here. Right on. But conversely, not too far away, the young-looking GT Goku would just be smiling, blissfully unaware of everyone's fears, as he places his hands on his hips and says, I should have known you'd make an entrance like that. You love to show off, don't you, Vegito? You've definitely got the same timing as us, that's for sure. While pretending to be ungrateful and unimpressed GT Vegeta would just grunt with his arms folded.
You got lucky. We were this close to dealing with him ourselves. If it wasn't for that damn fusion time limit. You really need to give us a pair of those Batara one of these days. I'm tired of not finishing the job.
But all thoughts and requests would soon come to a pause when out in the distance, Dark would finally emerge with a vengeful roar as he powers up with an almighty aura screaming,
You damn mortals! I'm done with all this madness!
having now been taken for surprise for the third time. As gritting his teeth, he would stare over to his assailant, grumbling,
What worm came out now? Another copycat demon or copycat seraphim? Just give me the damn God Killer!
Before once more, unable to contain his anger, Dark would just flex his gigantic aura, sending wind and debris everywhere and far beyond. Guess who's back?
Where does this kid get all his power from?
Leaving both Seraphim Goku and Vegeta to just watch on cautiously, as they are forced to cover themselves from the force of Dark yet again, pushing his boundaries even further.
Light! You damn fool!
As so too would both Broly and Yamoshi brace themselves, with Light's former teacher in particular commenting,
You've let Dark take full control now! There's no going back. If you don't die now, then the whole multiverse will suffer his wrath!
But of course, with his piercing red eyes, Vegito would have no fear at all. A smirk on his face, as if inviting the power increase, just happy to see the fifth wasn't that easy to beat, as he lets out,
Oh! I sense more power than expected. He's still hiding something. But don't worry, the wait is finally over for you. The God Killer is indeed here now. Dark.
what? But hearing Vegito call the fifth by name, Goku would begin to wonder, wait, how does Vegito know Dark's name already? No one said it yet. Has he met him before? But regardless of the mystery surrounding how Vegito is talking now, Dark himself would begin to take notice of his words, replying, What's this? Now you two claim to be the God Killer? I've heard that enough from the likes of you deceitful Saiyans. Before Dark would then raise his hand up slowly, continuing, And you look even less interesting than the rest. Where's your multicolored hair? Where are your wings? No horns? Pathetic. You can die just as fast as you have arrived, worm. Before finally outstretching his palm fully out and saying, If the God Killer truly is among you, he will save you now. As instantly, Dark would then callously fire out a high-powered energy wave straight towards Vegito, Goku, and Vegeta.
Save me? You've got it wrong. It's me who saves the God Killer.
As with that strange line let out, Vegito would just smile as his eyes begin to pulsate and glow. And just like that, with no hesitation, with simply just a bob of his head, Vegito would dodge entirely Dark's beam, letting it shoot off straight behind and into the distance. But on collision, it would seem not to hit just any piece of rock or landscape, as instead it would reach where the Pyramid of Power was located, blowing it up instantly. As in the aftermath, only wreckage and destruction remain, with no more entry possible. And Dark, though emotionless looking, would seemingly sound satisfied, saying, "Well, no God Killer came, but at least I've eliminated the chance of any more of you mortals coming out and claiming you are him. I should have done this from the start." But it would also seem that the God Killer himself would hardly be bothered either, as pointing backwards, he would just say in response,
"Oh, good. I was dreading having to go through the trouble of flap packing that all up. And even better, that I didn't plan on ever having to use it again either. You're a good kid, Dark."
As following this, the God Killer would then begin to vanish, much to the surprise of Vegeta behind him, only to arrive perfectly in front of the draped in black electricity Dark without a shred of worry. As the equally flinchless Dark would just stare back at the insolence, not letting out a word. Until finally, the two would meet face to face, the fifth of the five strongest and his long-awaited prey, Ultra Vegito, the God Killer. As with their eyes locked and staring into one another unblinking, Dark would say, "So, you dare next to waste my time? You're either a fool, or you truly are the God Killer." To which Vegito, looking down smirking, would just respond,
"My dear boy, I guess there's only one way to find out for sure, right? Just try not to extend yourself too much. I'm sure you've exhausted enough of your energy as is, trying so hard against these weaklings."
Do not talk down to me like that!
These words, however, perhaps on purpose, immediately just served to trigger the short fused fifth before... With a violent close-range blast, almost like a sucker punch, Dark would instantly blast Vegito point blank, as his entire skull is lost in the light as if erased on the spot. Just another imposter! As in the aftermath, Dark just seeing plumes of smoke and smelling charred flesh in the air would just await to see what devastating damage he had done. But as the dust would begin to settle, slowly but surely, the neck of the God Killer would become visible. Until...
Imposter? I guess you could say that.
As Vegito would inevitably then emerge with his grin wide as ever and his demonic eyes just staring through the smoke before... With an unseen level of speed, the God Killer would then grab Dark straight by his throat, before long lifting him into the air like the child he is. Dark would then just yell, seemingly helpless against his strength and grip, "Get your dirty hands off me!" As now, baring his teeth, he would begin grumbling as he fruitlessly tries to remove Vegito's hands. Why isn't he budging? He's like a statue! But Vegito would just continue to smile, enjoying the fifth struggle, as he would say,
"Oh, come on! Really? This is what you struggle with? With your height, surely you would have dealt with this your entire life! Come on, show me why they fear you as the 5th of the 5 strongest. How will you escape this? Shut up! Shut up!
As suddenly screaming a blood-curdling Dark scream, Dark would lose himself in an uncontrollable rage as the entire background behind him would turn pitch black and black lightning would begin to encompass not only his body but attack Vegito's too.
That's the way! Show me what's really inside you! Don't mind me, I'm enjoying the breeze.
As the darkened Godkiller would just continue his grip, seemingly completely unfazed as his eye contact ceases to break. All the while, Dark's power would continue to skyrocket to all new heights in the face of all new adversity, with the entire landscape falling prey also, with black lava spurting from the very ground as if summoned from another dimension. Huh? What's going on? And Seraphim Goku, sensing the marked change in atmosphere and power level of Dark, as he comments in a panicked voice, Vegito, what are you planning? You're just making him angrier! You're making him stronger! Don't let him do this!
That damn fool!
As GT Vegeta, in his more wise state, would raise his fist in anger and let out conversely,
He's too far gone! He's lost it! All that time in the pyramid has driven him mad! All he lusts for now is the thrill of battle! I was the same against Cell!
You will all regret the Age of Darkness!
as suddenly, after screaming this, Dark would undergo an unexpected change, as his hair would spike further and grow longer in a very familiar fashion.
Oh, now what's this?
Causing an amused Vegito, still holding on, watching the entire transformation take place right before his eyes and in the palm of his hands, to then make the connection too, saying,
Screaming? Powering up and growing your hair? You sure you aren't really a Saiyan, Dark? Father would be proud. Enough!
as instantly, then as if ending his own transformation, everything would come to a head as Dark, with an all-new set of glowing white halo eyes, begins to make his move. Suddenly gripping the Godkiller's forearm tightly, now no longer fretting in the slightest. Before lifting his arm high up into the air and just coldly letting out, no mortal should ever be this close to a deity, and this arm shall now eternally serve as a reminder. As instantly, like cutting through the air, the newly powered up Dark would then immediately slice straight through the arm of the famed Godkiller.
Ouch, I guess. Vegito!
I told you! Oh no! What are we gonna do now? As Broly, Yamoshi, and GT Goku would then in return react in total shock, having never seen Vegito in this predicament before, but of course, it would be a different story for Vegito. As sadistically staring at his now profusely bleeding stump of an arm as it pours out crimson liquid, he would just comment,
"It's been a while since I last saw my own blood. Well done, Dark. With this at least, you have lived up to your name. But I get the feeling you didn't do much research before coming into this battle. I'm afraid this won't be the reminder you think it is."
Is that so? I'm sure I'll survive. But unbothered, Dark would just proceed to remove the severed arm of Vegito before dropping it on the ground before him like discarded trash. Instantly jumping back now, taking no chances and gaining distance between him and the God Killer. Now, this charade ends here. You have proven yourself the one true God Killer. For that, you will receive a death worthy of your sins. Those that die by my hand shall live in eternal darkness forever.
Darkness? How scary.
But regardless, like a programmed robot, there would be no change in the God Killer's mannerisms, as he just continues walking forward with his blood leaking and splattering onto the floor, saying,
"If you knew who you really were talking to right now, you'd know. I've suffered worse fates than darkness, and for longer than you have even existed, child. Even now, some would say I'm still in prison. But not for long."
As with yet another strange outburst, the God Killer would then proceed to pick up his severed hand and instantly begin reattaching it using Boo's powers that remain within him. Until finally, with his arm good as new, he would just inspect it with a smile, saying,
"This body, it truly is remarkable. Maybe my greatest vessel yet. You will love becoming part of it too in due time, Dark."
But hearing this, Dark would have little to say, only thinking to himself,
"Vessel, this mortal may have become more corrupted by Lucifer than I first thought. What on earth was Zeno and Dai thinking, allowing him to train for so long? Surely they could have erased this entire galaxy at any time. What foolishness! No matter, it always came down to me anyway." Silent treatment, Dark? Well, that's fine with me. We can get down to business.
as Vegito, just taking Dark's silence as a call to start fighting, would then begin cracking his knuckles as he inches closer and closer to the fifth, his most powerful foe yet, and what should be his greatest challenge too.
He's fast!
And in a show of not only intense eagerness, but also ridiculous speed, Dark would immediately close the gap, rushing straight forward with his fist pulled back, impressing even Vegito.
But definitely still not fast enough.
That is until ducking his head down, the God Killer would just clench his own fist, confident that he would react accordingly in time anyway.
I'm done with your cockiness!
As undeterred, Dark would just continue on, about to launch his fist. But in the end, just as he would fully extend, with his teeth bared, giving it his all, Vegeta would be right there to meet him. Their fists colliding, but with a totally different look on the God Killer's countenance, as he grins from ear to ear. But regardless of Vegeta's expression, the result of the two powerhouses simply colliding fists would create a simply gigantic explosion of energy that would dwarf the rest of the Saiyans who watch on tantalizingly. Vegito!
What power? I can only imagine what our timeline would be like now if we held power like this.
As each duo of Saiyans from all different universes, parts of history, and timelines would each share their own reaction of shock and awe at the two almighty powers. But from there, both warriors would then begin to vanish, but not before one more final exchange as the God Killer would let out,
I like this. You hit harder than Gogeta. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect you to even be stronger than Kakarot. Consider me impressed. A worthy appetizer before I taste the priest's blood.
But Dark, sensing just how belittling Vegito's comments are, overlooking him already, would then yell in retaliation,
Die is my victim, and you will be the reward I give to get his attention. Just you wait, mortal!
And just like that, their fierce battle would pick up in pace, as Dark's elbow would collide next with Vegito's knee, before using his free leg to launch a roundhouse straight at the head of Dark, who to his credit actually manages to duck down just in time, making Vegito miss. And with a side eye looking to Vegito, he would comment, You may finally be the God Killer, but you strangely fight just like the rest of those Saiyans. Predictable, lower life forms. To which Vegito, amused, would reply,
Well, I am the fusion of two of them, and that last guy you fought is basically me with a different haircut. Astute observation, kid, but don't think I haven't got any other tricks up my sleeve. Don't think there will be time to show them, mortal!
As Dark, wanting to end this soon, would just instantly power up another black ball of concentrated energy within his palm before firing off a column of energy ferociously once more at Vegito's face. But this time, the God Killer would be the one to dodge, ducking down just like Dark did, but with one key difference.
What?
As soon as the God Killer would weave, he would instantly counter with what looks like an uppercut, knocking the fifth's arm straight up and taking him completely by surprise. As the God Killer would then let out ominously,
I may fight like those clowns over there, but you're just like every god I faced. No defense and ready to be sliced off. What the hell is that?
as soon it would be revealed in Vegito's hand would be the Godslayer blade itself, fully extended and ready to make good on his earlier statement. As Vegito would then slash the Godslayer blade straight across Dark, who would defend with his previously impenetrable light shield.
How?
But of course, for the first time ever, that shield would find its weakness in Vegito's unstoppable blade, as a sharp cut would then appear on the shocked Fifth's arm. But the pain would not stop there, as Vegito would then quickly move on to knee the young-looking god straight onto his chin, with Vegito yelling after him,
"You haven't got time to be tending to your wounds, kid. Keep your eyes right here!" You?
And as Dark's anger would build in his new form, it would mean little in the face of Vegito, as... Not stopping for a minute, the God Killer would then roughly grab Dark by the skull and then... In a familiar move Vegito would often use to knock out his godly opponents, he would smash the Fifth directly onto the ground below with a thunderous collision, as he lets out coyly,
"Not only do you gods all fight the same, you all die the same too."
But in this instance, something would actually be different, as the God Killer would look down.
Speedy little rat, aren't you?
As Dark would be revealed to no longer even be there, having escaped what seems the very last second. And soon enough, in the distance behind Vegito, Dark would come skidding across the ground, moving at destructive speed.
Damn you!
But even with his escape, his hatred would only be just building, as clenching his fist forward, he would let out,
"I am nothing like what you have seen before! Not even die could defeat me as I am now, you wretched creature!" Oh.
piquing Vegito's interest momentarily, as he turns his head and asks,
"And what makes you so sure about that? I'd be awfully disappointed if that were the case. But then again, I've fought him before, and no different. You're not even in his league."
How dare you! I will show both of you the Age of Darkness!
as furiously using his rage to fuel his power once again, with a huge roar and flexing what little muscle mass he has, Dark would power up even further beyond. And from there, a skirmish would take place between the two, with Dark launching multiple punches at first, followed by ki beams, until finally the two would rush in at each other. But only for the God Killer to duck beneath and be the victor of the train. In every scenario, Vegito would maintain his smile, truly just playing with the fifth of the 5 strongest. And all this while still just in base. And indeed, once the aftermath of the battle had been settled, with smoke and destruction rising all over. Only one warrior would remain defeated on the ground, with only one eye barely open and seemingly half his face beaten into submission. With the God Killer then finally revealed to be standing over him, with one foot disrespectfully on his chest, just letting out,
No, I don't quite think the Grand Priest would be this weak. That wouldn't make for a very entertaining story at all. You're just another god who overestimates themselves. Tell me, how does it feel to be humbled by a mortal? You will be the one humbled in the end! Zeno will erase you!
but Vegito, hearing this, will just continue to blankly smile as he responds,
You know what? I feel like I've heard enough from this dark side of you. Maybe Light will have something more interesting to say.
before the God Killer would just then turn around, looking to two Saiyans in particular and saying,
Hey you two! Son Goku and Vegeta from the future. Turn back into Gogeta, will you? I have a task for you. Us?
immediately confusing the two Saiyans, given how clearly this battle was over already. But regardless, as some time would pass, the two would oblige, and stepping next to Vegito's foot would be a familiar one. And of course, it would be revealed as Gogeta, who would look to his counterpart and say,
So, what is it you want from me again, Vegito?
To which Vegito, still with his foot firmly planted on Dark's torso, would then reply,
Create for me that fancy attack of yours. The one you used to annoy me with in the pyramid. The one that erases negative energy. Star Trek Voyager, was it?
To which Gogeta, now summoning the divine-looking multicolored ball of energy in his hand, would reply,
Stardust Breaker, you mean? Yeah, that's the one.
before Vegito would then instantly begin reaching his hand closer and closer towards it with an air of confidence.
Whoa! No way!
As suddenly, without any training needed, the God Killer would just instantly take hold of the Stardust Breaker for himself, surprising Gogeta in the process with his genius, while a smirking Vegito would just comment,
Why so surprised? We're made of the same two clowns. It's only natural I can do what you can do.
before then quickly raising his energy ball containing hand into the air and firmly looking down at Dark, saying finally,
Now, let's just see if your other half can save your soul. Goodbye for now, Dark. What?
as Vegito would then slowly press the Stardust Breaker directly onto Dark's now wide-eyed face, instantly beginning to erase parts of his coloration before... In a wave of black particles breaking off from his skin, Dark would return back to his former self.
Well, there we go. Light, I assume. It's nice to meet you. My name is Vegito. Tell me, what do you know about the priest and Zeno? Say something useful, and I may spare your life. I'm only interested in Dark's power anyway.
Fine, I'll tell you one thing. And with what little energy he has left, Light would actually begin saying something until... in a disgusting and final disrespecting show of defiance, Light would just spit onto Vegito's face, the mass of blood accumulating in his mouth, before screaming,
I'll tell you! You will meet your end soon, mortal! Right, well you had your chance!
But ultimately, this final line would be shut up there and then, as Vegito would then violently grab the child's skull as energy pours out instantly and into the body of the God Killer. And just like that, faster than ever, Light would be left dead, and without a morsel of energy left of his almighty divine energy. And Vegito, seemingly not even reacting to it, would then just vanish, arriving quickly now beside the unmoving body of Makoto, which was stabbed ages ago and perhaps already dead. As standing over the body for a while, observing it, the God Killer would just say not even a word, as Makoto would remain seemingly not even breathing. But regardless of all of this, Vegito would then move his arm back and simply say,
Stop playing dead! You're fooling no one!
And just like that, the fourth two would have all his energy drained within an instant, as he screams, realizing his plan to get away silently had been foiled. And in the end, the newly powered up Vegito would then just be seen walking, leaving the scene. Now with all 12 destroyers, 11 angels, and 5 members of the strongest in his arsenal. With a smirk on his face, he would say to the rest,
All right, the time has finally come, boys. Zeno and the Grand Priest, their reign ends here.
And just like that, in one final dramatic scene, all 6 legendary Saiyans would be seen walking towards their future, their final hunt and final battle, ready to plan their next move and bring an end to the rule of the gods, and hopefully find a way to bring back their family and loved ones. The final battle is on the horizon, the final confrontation, and the next chapter is simply unmissable. And if you made it to the end and want more, leave me a hashtag manga letter and watch it for free right now on mangaletter.com. Just use the links in the pinned comment and description, enter your name and email, and you will receive a special link to never before seen manga seconds later. Make sure to check your spam or junk folder if you can't see it, and use an active email, as emails which are not your main will automatically be removed.